Right, there we go. We are live. Welcome in, everybody. And Moose did a fantastic job with that logo. It will be hanging out on my streams for quite a while. I'm not sure how long, but it'll be there for a while. Welcome in, everybody. I appreciate y'all coming in, hanging out. Not really quite sure what we're going to do today, but we're going to be playing this game that Zoo loved and we love, and we're going to have some good times this morning. Hopefully everybody's doing all right. As all right as can be expected, I guess. But yeah, I am not sure how long I'll be streaming. Not really even sure if I'll be able to hold it together, but I wanted to at least be streaming this morning. Alright, so I gotta figure out what we're gonna do here at the festival. Appreciate everybody jumping in early here, coming and hanging out, and appreciate everybody that was in Delta One's voice chat last night, hanging out, and we just found a fun little purple lush to build on, and just hung out, and a whole lot of builders hush, but you get a bunch of builders in voice chat, that's what's gonna happen. Absolutely, Bella. Absolutely. That's why I decided to go live this morning, because wanted to hang out with friends. Well, I appreciate it, Zab. Semi-awake, I will take. Joe J, what's happening, man? How you doing? Yeah, definitely stunned there, Tesseract. Caught me completely off guard. So, we're gonna just hang out. And I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out with me. You are more than welcome to jump in voice chat in Discord, or even join me in game. Not quite that hushy. It's you, Zabs, of course not. Joyroth, what's happening, man? How you doing today? Alright, so I'm gonna take it one more out. We got, what, 300 some odd pieces. So I kept those light boxes up out there, so now that I'm over my build limit, I can know exactly where I'm at and how many pieces I've got left to use. And once I hit 328 over, I know that we're done. And it's time to go delete those light boxes and call the build done. And then on Sunday, we'll be touring the bases here on the Festival of the Traveler Planet. Joe, been going through all my old terrible builds. I did on Zoop's planets. I went back to some of the ones I'd done as well, Joe. Alright, so hey, what's going on? Who'd we get jumping in chat here? Sorry. Faraday, what's happening, man?
Yeah, it's pretty sad what happened, man.
Yeah, it definitely is. One of those. Sounds just like a freak accident.
Yeah, well, shit happens in life, dude.
Yep, it's definitely just caught me by surprise. Really is the crazy part about it.
Very well. He did one of my bases. I think it was that UFO I did. I was very surprised he did it though. But
yeah,
I find that was a nice touch of him.
Adam Mac, I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate No Man's Sky for bringing Zoo into my life, basically. So, just another thing this game's done for me. Slacks, what's happening? Welcome in. Appreciate you hopping in. Alright. So how's that sphere of hexagons you were building coming together there, Ferdy? Is that what it looked like?
Yeah, well, you should come visit. You could do it on the stream now, so you don't have to bother about building and just talk bullshit on my channel.
You know what, Ferdy? I like that idea a lot. I am not really feeling super creative right now. So, yeah. You know what? Let's do that. Let's go check out what Ferdy's got. Because I've been trying to do something similar with this for a little while here, Ferdy. So I'm interested to see how you did. I've been trying to use Drusophirs to make like circles or spheres out of triangles. And I never tried your approach. When I looked at it, I'm like, oh, of course, you just got to pull out every other and figure out what to fit in that spot. So I like that approach, man. So yeah, let's go check out what Ferdy's been up to here.
Yeah, and then we could go visit the cube, so we can talk about that as well.
Yeah. All right, let me jump out here and see if I can see you in multiplayer, man. Dashboard, what's happening, man? How you doing? Zenith Hellhammer, what's going on?
Hey, Andrew, I just jumped into voice too.
Oh, hey, how's it going, Slacks?
No, this is Tesseract.
No, this is Tesseract. Sorry, Slacks. He's in regular chat. I know.
We both have dulcet voices.
Yeah.
Sultry tones. Except, you know, he's a Canadian. So
he's a Canadian, all, you know. Yeah. So.
It's all no way, eh?
Who is Canadian?
Jay Slacks.
Oh, Jay Slacks is Canadian.
All right, there we go, Ferdy.
I feel for you.
You feel for Tesseract having to deal with a Canadian, or you feel for Slacks having to deal with being a Canadian?
I think both.
I think I feel more for Slacks having to be next to our country since they've never tried to invade us.
Yeah.
A bunch of times.
Why would I want to invade the States, man?
I know, right?
Get way more trouble than you ever gonna want.
Oh yeah.
Nobody wants that sort of mess.
Nope.
How are you doing this morning, Tess?
My father was American, so
yeah.
He lived in Dallas and Houston.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. You lived in the worst parts of the country where it's super hot all the time.
It's super hot. Yeah, definitely super hot. Like right now, especially.
I don't think he cares anymore. He's no more there, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he passed like 10 years ago, so.
Okay. All right. Katrin, I don't think I've got a base on Zoo's Outlaw Hub. I'm trying to think where I believe I built the Zoo engine in Ajalutai, at its hub in Ajalutai. But but yeah, we'll have to. All right, what do you got going on here, Ferdy? Oh, whoa, okay, there we go. Now the short wall's popped in.
Yeah.
All right, you got landing pads, or you're not that far along yet?
Just land on the planet.
No
Space
worries. No worries. Maxi Bloke, what's happening, man? How you doing? Typo, what's happening? Marty Plays, what's going on? We're just giving Slacks crap. Didn't know you were here, so we're giving Marty Plays crap as well. I was in chat with Joe Self last night, and he was talking about being a little kid in Canada, and it's I think it's one of his uncle or somebody in his family had sugar bushes, which I'm not quite sure what those are, but I don't know if they're actual bushes, so that's a nickname for trees. But it's some sort of maple syrup farm. So I like that with the vats
Yeah, I wanted to
merged in.
make it,
Oh,
industrial
EMGs.
looking.
Yeah. An EMG with a bubble vat, two of the. Just two? No, there might be a third in there. And you're going to melt down. We're definitely at an Evil Furry base if I'm getting a heat reminder already from my PlayStation.
Okay. Okay. Well, now I'm trying to build like a nucleus
Okay, gotcha.
and
Oh,
a bit
nice.
of a industrial look.
Yeah, I like that. With all the signal boosters coming down. Nice. Yes. Okay.
I think I'm gonna make in the middle here in the center. I'm gonna try to make one of these suns I made before.
Okay. Gotcha. And then what sort of a curve do you got to those hexagons?
Oh, that's pretty easy.
Did
That's pretty
you
easy.
set it up like a start with a circle? Because this is too
Nope,
big
nope.
for a Drucifer.
This is not Drucifer.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's too big.
Okay, I'll show you. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm putting another way. 2, 3.
Sugar bushes are trees. Okay, all right.
1, 2.
Yo, Philly Gamer, what's happening, man? How you doing?
So now we have a triangle on top, or six-sided on top. And let's put doors and doors and doors and 3 doors for one side. Take a short wall. One. 2, 3. Okay.
Okay. And you just use that to set your angle for each one of the next
Right.
hexagons.
Right.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hey, Katrine.
How you doing, Katrina?
I'm doing
Let me
good.
warn you.
How you guys doing? Hello, everyone in chat.
All
I'm
right.
not live streaming this morning.
Okay, yeah, I was torn about it, but I figured regardless, I'm going to be playing the game,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah, I have been, and I'm hanging out at Zoo's Outlaw Hub.
oh, okay, we'll
I've
jump
got a
there
base
next.
out there, so I don't know if anybody wants to come out and join me there.
Yeah, we could definitely jump there next and show the glyphs.
Yeah. But
Long
I've got-
time no
I
see.
built-
Yes.
Yeah, I built a base out here with a hot tub and everything. This is where I learned how to make a hot tub. So.
Nice. Yeah, no. Well, there might be maple trees out here, Adam Mac. I'm not 100%, but I would think there'd be maple trees in Colorado. But again, I don't know.
I think it's too high.
Yeah, it might be.
The altitude's too high because we have them. I used to live in Southern California and I moved to Georgia, and we have them in spades here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
But I don't remember ever seeing them at any of the higher elevations.
It's probably a elevation thing. Okay, Ferdy, I like that. And then for the bottom, you just snap them to the bottom of the floors instead of the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
The same thing on the bottom is you just have to think other way. Flipped upside down.
Yep. Oh, he's definitely not. Yeah, Adam Mac's right there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you want to use this, please use it for your next thing. Or
Yeah, I like
the idea you had.
It's a fun look. I like that a lot. Yeah. Yikes, there, Slacks. That's you got your work cut out for you, my friend. Slacks just sent me some pics of a house he's helping repair for a friend, and man, that foundation's looking rough, my friend. Yeah, well, she
Okay.
called the right person, but
We could go visit the cube.
yeah, let's go check out the
some-
cube there, Ferdy. I will follow
Because
you
you've seen this,
with a
you
nominal jump.
will see. It will be better when it's finished.
I'm sure. Oh, definitely, man. I like that outer skeleton of the short walls too. That's gonna be nice. Needs to be a sugar maple. Normal maple trees don't provide the sugary sap needed for maple syrup. Interesting. Did not know that. I also didn't know. Joe told me last night that the sap straight out of the trees is like water. It's not viscous at all. It's like sugar water, he said. Never knew that.
Yeah, you have to boil it down in order to get the sweetness out of it.
Interesting, yeah.
You boil it a lot. One of my wonderful childhood memories is going to the Sugar Shack, if they
Ja,
call
hallo?
it.
Ja, schat,
En-
ik kan gerade niet.
And
Weil ich gerade im Internetstream hänge. Kan
we
bis
should
wieder.
all listen to his his conversation.
So, I arrived at the cube. Please join.
Okay.
Let me free up the landing pad.
Oh, that's a pretty cool looking interceptor that just flew in. Full on tank, except not with the turret. Delta, what's happening? Sugar maples can grow in Colorado, Devil says. All right, there you go, dashboard. I will take your word for it. Yeah. It definitely does, Maxie. I agree with Maxie and Sin 100%. Yeah, it's always better to talk about it than keep it bottled up. So that's one of the main reasons I decided to stream this morning, is just hang out with people, not sit here in my own head about it. So it was nice to hang out with everybody in Delta's Discord last night and do a bit of building. So yeah, it does. Yeah, NMS is just, it's a very relaxing game. I can't think of a better way to put it. It's, you can play it however you want, make it whatever you want it to be, and so I think it helps for a lot of people.
What I think is funny is I'm watching your stream and you're still building something, but you're at my place. So, there's a bit of delay.
Yep, definitely latency is pretty rough on YouTube this morning. I keep getting pop-ups from Streamlabs. Freaking out on me. You're dropping frames. So.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Sin. Yeah, definitely. Everybody make sure to keep an eye out for Sin's Arcade to go live later today. You know what time you're going to be going live, Sin? Okay. I like the interior, very, very interior supports with the short walls in there. That's a nice look, Ferdy. And then you got
How many?
oh, you got a lot in there, yeah. And then you've got what? Titanic skulls in there too, hidden away,
Yeah.
Along with the hollow globe gadgets. Very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I like that. Okay, we got. Oh, there's the small triangle with the hexagon, and then two of the Euclid Moonrise signs, the ceiling light, yep, and then a lab lamp with the signal booster. That's nice. Yeah, that's a good stack. That's a very nice stack there, Ferdy. All right, thanks for sending those pics there, Katrina. I assume they're glyphs for.
Yeah, the
Zeus.
first one I realized I was in build camera, but
No worries.
the
It
second
happens.
one has the glyphs on it for the Outlaw Hub for Zeus.
Okay.
Outlaw Hub.
That's. I like how you got the signal boosters facing each other again. Very nice. Like that.
Yeah, it should give the impression that the power wiring is going through there.
Yeah, infrared power transfer. There we go.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that idea. I started incorporating it at a base that I'm building, but the EM spot that I found, of course, I never look for EM spots before I start building. So I found I had an EM spot, but it's like 950 away from the base, and I started building out there, and only the EMGs stick around. Everything else disappears on reload. It's super frustrating.
Oh.
That glitch where your build pieces start disappearing as you get too far away from your base. I can't get them to stick.
Yeah.
Cannot get anything other than the EMGs to stick, but they're still there because when I first started putting it together, I ran some wires to other places, and those, like if I reverse wire glitch at a spot where I know a wire is, and I run that wire to a light panel, the light panel will power, and it looks like it's just pulling power straight from midair. So I know the pieces are still there. You just can't see them, and it's super frustrating.
Yeah. I know. I can imagine.
It's driving me nuts. I like that with the bubble pipes put in the wall cap. Oh, there we go. This is the stack you shared at Discord with your BC. That's a nice BC stack. Yeah. That's nice.
Oh, we can go up.
Yeah.
We don't have to stay down here.
All right, I'm in photo mode, just zipping around. Okay, what do we got on the sides here? Okay, all right. So the quad planters with the black hole in the wall and the light fissure signal booster combo. Very nice. All right, so you at 3K here, Ferdy?
This is exactly 3K.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, probably around 3 p.m. Central, Sin. Okay, cool. Very nice. Oh, I was definitely getting drunk there, Joe, in chat while we were hanging out in Delta's chat. Yeah, definitely getting a little drunk. I jumped out for about an hour and a half and went and got some food. Went to dinner with the wife and a little bit hungover this morning, but that's all right. Nothing. A little bit of time won't fix. So,
Yeah,
the window.
Built extra for you. I built supports. I know you like that.
I do like those supports, Ferdy. I mean, you did a good job with them, per the usual. And I like the landing pads, yeah.
Good morning, Gunboat Willie.
Gunboat, how's it
Hello.
going, man? How you doing?
Hi,
Appreciate you swinging in. All right. Yeah, not a
wow,
problem. Not a problem,
The stream is
Tesseract.
way behind.
It is, yeah. Yeah, the latency's getting pretty bad.
Yeah, it's like watching an old-timey animation.
Oh, I like the different colored fissures sprinkled around there, though, Ferdy. That's a nice little extra touch since it's a fissure
remember
planet.
the other cube I did, Eyeball, that was on this planet? This is the remake of it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely an upgrade.
Yeah.
Nicely done, man. Yeah, and those supports are very, very good. I like those a lot. And yeah, those infrared power transfer stations are very cool. All right, now the question is, do you got the wires run along the beam?
Yep.
Oh, nice. Yep. That's another
If you
cool
go in
little
build
touch.
mode, you see,
Be able to see.
yeah, you're barely gonna see it because the orange is covering the blue.
It is, yeah. Yeah, but you can see little bits and pieces where the wire pokes through. You get little
Mm-hmm.
purple spots.
So I use it for cable camouflage.
Nice. That's a really good way to do it, Bertie. I like that a lot. Yeah. Very nice. Alright, where's this SRT take you? To oh nice. There's that waterproof SRT you showed in the Discord, yep. And I like the use of the crystals here behind the screens. That's a great look. And they're merged into bubble pipes.
Yep.
Nice. Okay.
Yep.
I was like, I didn't remember them having a base, but yeah, that's right. They're merged into the bubble pipes. All right. There you go. Absolutely. It's morning. I've already had my wake and bake.
I'm gonna make myself another coffee. I'll be right back.
Beeble Bum, what's going on? How you doing?
Hi, people.
Appreciate you swinging by.
Hey,
You are
babes.
welcome to
Good
lurk
morning.
away, my friend. Always great seeing you. Good luck with the chores.
Yeah, the point is, if you walk around a bit, after a while it starts flickering.
Yeah. Gotta.
In the beginning, it's
Render
okay, but
is so
like
much
20
fun.
minutes or 30 minutes, the game starts flickering.
Yeah. I like these side supports too, with the sandwiched roof caps, alloy roof caps. Yeah, that's nice. Very good look. All right. Well, I appreciate you letting me come check this out, Ferdy. It's a very, very, very good upgrade
Yeah,
to the
I
old
thought
one.
so.
Yeah, definitely a step
my
up.
my heart really hurt when I dismantled the other though.
Well,
I'm
now-
really nostalgic.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. You definitely upgraded it, my friend. So, all right, I'm gonna jump out and see if I can find Katrin in multiplayer since she's at Zoo's
Yeah.
Outlaw Hub, and you're more than welcome to join back up, Ferdy. But we'll go there.
Yeah,
and-
it's okay.
mess
Yeah, I'll
around.
join the game then.
all
If
right,
Katrine is okay with it.
all right.
So let's see if Katrine is okay with it, because I don't know if she likes me at all. Maybe she says, "Oh,
yeah.
that damn stupid Belgian."
We're definitely getting FPS drops here on my end. There, Maxi.
Yeah, on YouTube, you just
Oh, there we go.
you just got in your ship now.
Oh yeah, wow. Yeah, definitely, Joe. Yeah, that's a hell of a crazy looking cube.
I'm good at cubes.
No, you're good at just more than cubes there, Ferdy.
Yeah, I'm the cube maker.
Oh, you're getting keyboard thumb there, huh? Zabs?
Cubes and spheres. Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. All right. So
Should do a cube in a sphere, eh?
there you go. Evil Ferdy turducken. I like the Zeus Outlaw Hub. There we go. Okay. So yeah. All right. Tiamat. Ouch! Hot, hot, hot. Gots. Traucio Major. Buka. So he renamed a few of them. I guess one's probably super volcanic, but yeah, let's go to Tiamat. Head over there. Outlaw Hub is in Galaxy. Let's see here. We're in Euclid. So let's show the glyphs here real quick. No. There we go. There are the glyphs to the Outlaw Hub. Yeah, hopefully frame rate's improving. I'm not getting any more screaming from Streamlabs, so that's a plus. But I am kind of surprised it's not an Isodam, actually. Do definitely like the Isodam. So, let's see here. Right there's Katrin. Nope. I was not locked on to her icon like I thought I was. Oh, I'm blocking the glyphs. That's right. All right, let's see here. So let's try this again. There we go. Blocking the glyphs. Oh, and I made him go away. There we go. Glyphs back.
I'm back too.
All right. So there are the glyphs to Zoo's Outlaw Hub in Euclid. So yeah, definitely, if anybody, more than welcome to join in on my game.
Yes, mine too.
Or Katrin's, yep.
My game's open, so if you guys want to come over, I have a base here.
Whoa, 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 whoa. No way. Seriously?
Rip the party.
Just flying in here. I just hit an archive and a crashed freighter about 100 U apart. All right, here we go. This is where we're doing something. We're going to land right here and drop a BC, then we're going to go see what Katrin's doing. Oh, and of course I land. Not on the landing pads. No, of course not.
On the floor.
On the floor, phasing through a ramp.
Oh. Well, as long as the planet doesn't render if you fly in, it's good.
Yeah.
So much lag
Nice.
on your...
There's a lot of lag on my stream, yeah.
That's an awesome location. I'm just seeing it on my screen now.
Yeah, it's great. All right, there we go. Everybody got the glyphs. Poof! I'm back. All right.
If anybody wants to join my game, I'm open to... Oh, Maxi Bloke just joined us. Okay.
Yep. All right, yeah, definitely. Great spot to build. It's a nice find. All right, so we're going to name this the Zookive.
How long is this gonna stay up when person is not more there, not playing anymore?
What's that? I'm sorry, Ferdy.
Yeah, if, once you quit your game, some of your stuff is gonna disappear, isn't it?
I hope
Well,
not.
Zeus...
As long as I keep it close to the BC, I'm hoping it'll stick around. So I'm actually, that's a good point though, Ferdy. I'm going to move that BC a little more central.
I think he was asking like for Zeus bases.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
mean.
oh, gotcha.
I was looking for Zoo's base here. I couldn't find it. So if anybody can find it,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I couldn't find
Yeah, if he
it.
doesn't log in for a while.
Because
Well, at
I
bases like
expect
this, they'll get
that,
pushed out of the server too, as people
yeah,
upload.
I expect when the account is gonna get deleted at some point, the thing's gonna
It will,
disappear. That's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah,
Somebody with a Blender could copy it though.
that is true.
And
That
put it
is
somewhere else.
that's true. Yeah, yeah. We need to see
Well,
if we could.
anybody with a save editor could do that. 'Cause
Well,
it,
that's true. Yeah, it's the save editor,
yeah.
not the Blender, that's doing it. Yeah.
That might be we could dedicate a planet to it and put his stuff on there.
That's not a bad idea at all, Ferdy. Yeah.
Just bear in mind, anything on the ground that he built specifically around an object,
It won't come through. Yeah.
it won't come. Yeah, it'll
be rough
it'll be
anyway.
A mess. Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
but that's not a bad idea to archive them.
Yeah.
I mean, Starfleet does it. Why not?
Yeah. Might as well. All right. So now let's go hop on our ship and see what Katrin's gotten up
I just have my base here.
to. Okay.
I didn't want to feature my base. I just wanted to bring people over to Zeus.
Oh no, not at all. Not a problem.
okay.
Yeah, I definitely. This is just personal curiosity, really. Katrin, that's all.
Okay. I just thought people might want to come. I don't have.
Are you still in? Are you still in a living ship, Maxie? Oh, Maxie's still in a living ship from our photo shoot the other day.
I have a nice one. Make out of it. Oh, I see floating people here.
Yeah. Oh no, this is Ferdy. This is Ferdy's ship. All right, there we go. All right, we're getting stuff starting to pop in here.
Yeah, I noticed.
I've got 4 landing pads here.
All right, so there's Maxie over there. Gotcha. ER Burrows, what's happening? How you doing?
Hey, ER Burrows. Hello.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Slacks. Yeah, if you're gonna come and build, either don't build on this planet, or if you build on this planet, just don't upload your base. That's fine.
Yeah.
Nothing at all wrong with that.
Oh,
Oh, nice. I like that ring of pill lights on the landing pads. The floors haven't rendered, so I can see them. Otherwise, they'd be totally hidden, and that's a great look, Katrin. Gives you that little halo of blue light
Yeah, around the
landing pads, but without having to have the legs from like a moon pool or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It hasn't all rendered for you by the looks
It
of
is
it on
not,
my
no.
TV.
It's taking a minute, yeah. That's all right. It can take a minute.
Should be enough landing pads for everyone.
oh well, not for me. I see square with no landing pad yet.
Okay, well, it's not rendered yet. There's 4 landing pads
yeah.
here.
I get it. I got it.
Renders a
I
bit
can also
rough.
land on the floor and just jump up.
Silent Robot,
It's
what's
quite
happening, man?
It's quite a jump. It's a long jump.
Yeah, it definitely still has a bit of an unreal feeling to it. There's
I see the shadows of the landing
gonna lie.
pad, but the landing pad is not there.
yeah.
Ah,
That's funny how the landing pad has a shadow that is like the alternative landing pad has that little squirrely, that little
Yeah.
curly thing in the middle is the shadow. Yeah, the community reaction has been nothing less than fantastic.
I was absolutely floored yesterday.
I was completely shocked.
I mean, my God,
Yeah,
really.
definitely.
I guess he knows now.
Yep.
He knows what happens.
Adam Mack, had to take a long shower to get the Gex smell off. Well, I appreciate you taking doing that for footage there, Adam. Just to get good footage. I appreciate your dedication, my friend. And yeah, hopefully you got all that Gex smell off. Alright. Yeah, render's definitely taking its time.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I like those little corner pieces as well, Katrin, on the landing pads.
I like the way you build up the pyramid. It looks cool.
Thank you. I've got a hot tub over here. This is where my first hot tub that I ever built.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. That just popped in now. Very nice. That's a great job, Katrin. Okay, so you got a black stone floor panel merged in there. Is that what it is? Yeah, okay, with the light table just poking through it, and then you got small jennies or industrial pumps underneath.
The pumps.
The pumps, yeah,
under
okay.
this. Yeah.
For the smoking effect.
So this
Very
was
nice, yeah.
before this was very early in my glitch building years. So this is a pretty basic build, but this is when I was learning how to do pyramids
Mm-hmm.
using Beaverbum's tutorials.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
Okay, now the render's good.
coming in.
Uh,
Yeah, I like I like the style of this build. Pretty
yeah, yeah,
Thank
I like
you.
the raised short walls off of the pyramid coming out gives it a very, very nice effect. And then you've got light floors. Where'd you put the light floors, Katrin? Because if you
I
had them
didn't.
merged, what's
I
the light
did
coming?
use light
Oh, is it candelabra blooms?
yeah.
Oh, nice. Because, yeah, I was like, the light floors you'd be able to see coming through the stone, but no,
I
the
didn't use
candelabra
them.
blooms. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, the candelabra blooms I found had a much nicer effect, lighting effect.
Yeah, when you're blocking them off and make them more indirect. Yeah. Because, yeah, they're still really bright, but not, like, offensively so.
Exactly.
So they work really good indirect. Yeah. That's
So this
fun.
is all indirect lighting with the whole thing. So.
Yeah.
The only thing that I thought might be, except that I ran out of pieces, was to go inside the landing pad triangles. Go
Mhm.
inside and put candelabra blooms inside to light those up as well.
And have each one of the landing pads lit up. Yeah. Oh, damn piece
that's the
count.
only-
That damn piece count.
But yeah, I know, right?
Sergeant
I ran into
Belson,
stones.
what's happening, man? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping by. Oh, I like that. Glitch stack dwarf palms with the different colors. Yeah, that's nice. That looks really cool.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, with a cave creeper in the middle. Looks like, yeah, okay. You got your Gek bartender.
I still had stuff that I wanted to do here, but ran out
Gotta
of
love that
pieces,
piece
as I
count. Yeah. Gotta love that piece count. Oh, and you got some nib nib. I'll help myself
Of
a little
course.
bit.
Got to do the nip nip.
Got to.
Yeah, piece count sucks.
Yeah. Metal Gamer Geek, what's happening, man? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping by. Gary 420. How you
Did
doing?
you see the sushi bar?
The sushi bar.
I did both the sushi bar and the hot tub were from Boyd Gaming. He had from his tutorials.
Nice. Yeah, okay. Like that with the
I'm missing the dead fish, man.
yeah. Oh, that's a nice cash register. That looks
Um,
great, Katrin. I like that a
Can I
lot.
give you a tip on your bar?
On my
I
bar.
would take on the bar. You don't have an entrance, so I would make one half wall and then half wall in, so you can get in.
Oh, I can get in pretty easy. I just jumped the bar.
Jump over
Yeah.
the counter.
I want to
Well,
see
no
that
s-
at McDonald's. You jumping the counter.
There we go. I'm in.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
Well, then the blobbies are stuck back there, so.
Exactly.
Oh,
We are
no.
just
Oh.
seeing the cash register on stream, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So that's how far behind you are.
Man,
Yeah.
that's crazy
Pretty
latency.
cool.
Yeah.
I enjoyed doing
Yeah.
that. That was cool.
So.
Yeah.
What? Grimstone? Dude.
What?
Grimstone with $100 super chat? Dude, what?
Oh my God.
Thank you very much,
Wow.
Grimstone. I appreciate it.
07.
Thank you for stopping. Huge 07 in chat for Grimstone, everybody.
Yeah.
Appreciate you stopping by, my friend. And yeah, everybody, Grimstone's brand new YouTuber just started up a channel. We'll be having content here shortly, but they'll be
Cool.
doing like let's plays and stuff like that. So it's going to be more of a variety, different stuff to watch on their channel. So once they start getting stuff up, I'll let everybody know. But
Mm-hmm.
I totally, 100%, Mike. Yep, was concentrated on the sushi, completely missed it. Grimstone, I
Yeah,
appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot.
I really dig in your bar area, Katrine. I've
Yeah.
recently become fascinated by kitchen builds.
Well, Boyd Gaming has some awesome ideas.
Absolutely,
If
yeah.
if you haven't subscribed to
Oh, that's a
him,
nice
he's got
channel.
some great little tutorials on, like, just short little ones too.
Mhm.
Like, they don't take very long to do. So
Yeah, Boyd and Coop. Good
He's
stuff.
he's in micro building, is he?
Yep.
yes,
That's
Yeah.
a nice table, Katrin. I like that. I like how you.
thank you.
I've done those hexagonal tables rotated like that a lot, but the addition of the place settings and all of the chairs, really nice. Really nice.
Nice little party place.
Exactly. Makes it feel a bit cozier. And yeah, you could tell you hit the 3K cap.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
hit the 3.
Damn it, Sean! Give us more.
I know, right? But I got the chairs pretty much. When you sit in the chairs at the table, I think I got it pretty much exactly right.
Yeah, let me check.
So I was going to do this for Miyogi.
Yeah.
He wanted a round table.
Oh,
So I
there you
thought
go.
this would
Yeah.
be a good place to
That's a
have
good way to
helpers
do
for
it.
the
Yeah.
meetings.
There you go. Yep. And absolutely, yeah, definitely. Sin is a fantastic resource there, Grimstone. Yep. You got him perfectly positioned there, Katrin.
That was the idea.
Yep. Very nice. Spot on.
It's
I like that. Yeah, that's a fun hot tub too, Katrin. Nicely done.
I had
Nicely-
fun building
Oh, okay. And I just
this.
noticed.
I had more plans though. I had so many plans for this place, and then I ran out of pieces.
You get that dirty
So
little
I was
red
sad.
number popping up. Why? And I just now noticed you've got a glass panel in there too for the top. It really
Yeah.
does look like there's water in that. That's
Exactly.
yeah.
That was the glass panel was so that it looked like water.
So it looks like water. Very cool. Great touch. 100%. Yeah. Very fun.
Yeah, I had fun building this.
Definitely.
I just wish I had more
More pieces,
so
yep.
I could finish it. I just can't finish it now because I have plans to do all sorts of more stuff to do, and I kept robbing pieces from here and there, and finally I said, no, I can't. You can only do so much robbing, and then
And then it just doesn't look right. Yep.
exactly.
Definitely.
Because all these little squares, I had plans to put like little gardens and in each one of the squares, in
Yeah.
each corner of each of the landing pads.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, you definitely had plans for more. 100%.
I might
Paul
end up
Smalzer, what's happening?
Doing an overbuild on here.
Yeah, Gex
Like,
need
if
the
I-
booster seat. Yep. None your business. What's going on? How you doing? Appreciate you swinging through. I think this would be a very good candidate for an overbuild, actually, Katrin.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Yeah.
Because then the only way people will be able to see the whole thing, of course,
Is when you're here.
If I'm
yeah.
here. But
Oh, I'm just
I
now
could-
noticing that Power Star up top.
Yeah, Power Star
Yeah.
up there.
And I like the name of the
Yeah.
base. Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could put up a second BC and then build from that one.
That's
It
true,
still
Katrin.
wouldn't-
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Well,
good, but it
you,
still
basically,
wouldn't
you'd
load
have
though.
to. Yeah, it'd have to be somebody else's BC.
Yeah.
Come
No,
on
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Just ask a friend, put his BC inside, and then you build on his premises, and you can build whatever you want. And put
I
upload,
could
so
use
it will be
I could
visible.
use my Steam account.
That's true. You could. Yeah, you could jump in here with your Steam account easily and drop
Yeah.
another BC with
Those-
that.
I was going to say I've done that. Somebody gifted me a second account years ago, so I have a laptop account and a desktop account, and I tried that to overlap them, and invariably one of them won't show up.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Like
Oh, that's
sometimes they
frustrating.
both do, but most of the time only one does. It's
Okay.
you know, but it's worth giving it a try.
Waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, the video's probably stuttering there, Paul. I'm having a bit of connection issues here on my end. Looks like the latency's getting pretty rough, as well as frame drops. But
Oh, we're aware, Enra. All of the people on the stream are aware.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably blatantly obvious. But
It's like 8 frames per second.
yeah,
We're there. We arrived.
So,
Okay.
are we inviting people to build here or not? Like, I don't know what.
Yeah, I think yeah, anybody's
I
welcome
don't
to
know what.
come and build here. If you do, just pick one of the other planets or build on this planet and just don't upload the base.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, either one of those should work out just fine.
Yeah, bear in mind and I'm not entirely sure this is accurate, but from what I've seen in the code,
Mm-hmm.
the planets have a cap. There's only a certain number of bases that they can show at any given moment. There's only a certain number of bases they can actually hold.
Yeah, that
And
is true.
It seems to be last in, first out. So the more people build, the lower the chance we're going to see the original builds.
That is
Okay.
true. So yeah, if you come here, pick a different planet to build
Okay.
on. So this is a nice
so it's
spot.
per planet,
but
not persistent.
I think
It's
it.
per planet.
Yeah, I think it's per
Okay.
planet. So this is a nice spot, but we'll pick up and find a nice spot on one of the
Well,
other
Drew
planets.
invited me to build this a long time ago.
Oh yeah, definitely,
Oh.
definitely, yeah. Keep.
Oh, I mean, I'm saying don't flood the planet because we've
Yeah.
seen what happens when that
We
happens.
have.
Oh, okay.
As far and just to put that out there, I don't know if there's a system limit that wouldn't show up in the persistent save file, right?
That's
that
true,
would be
yeah.
back end.
It
But
would
you
be.
can see in the when you look in your save editor, if you look at persistent player saved bases, there's a limitation on the number of ones it can store, and it does tend to seem to want to put the last ones built as the first ones you see.
Oh, okay. All right. So, but if you don't upload your base, then it just doesn't show anywhere, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, but it
Yeah.
still comes to the parts of the complete planet, because if a lot of people build on one planet, it's gonna start to lag like hell.
It will, yeah,
Okay.
and that the bases
Okay.
will count against that. So
Yeah, that's probably
So-
true. Even though it isn't being shared, that's probably true.
yeah,
Okay. So people should build on another planet then.
yeah. There we go.
Okay. I don't know how it works. So.
None of us
No,
do. We're
that's-
guessing.
we're all just guessing, yeah. Christy, what's going on? How you doing? Let's. I wouldn't say you're totally crazy, Paul. That's as far as I'll go. But all right. So this was a nice spot, but we'll go check something else out.
Okay.
Let's see here. Mike had a good idea. Let's go check out a couple of the local neighboring star systems to see if one of them's got some
that's a good
interesting in it.
idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Build adjacent.
I know he used to build in Eisentown a lot. Does he have
He
a lot
did.
of these build systems?
He does. Yeah, he's got quite a few.
Okay.
Several different hubs.
I was just looking at the clock, guys. So I do have to go because I have a bunch of stuff I got to get done today.
Oh, no worries, Katrina.
But I'll be live streaming tomorrow. So, okay, so I have a question then.
Yeah.
If I bring my Steam account here and try and finish this build with my Steam account, would that be okay?
I think so, yeah.
It should
Because
be
you've already got the build there.
Yeah.
I think that's just fine, yeah.
Okay. Because I don't want to mess things up for anyone else. So.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right.
Okay. Well, that's what I'll do then. Is maybe I'll do that tomorrow morning. I'm not sure.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. I've got other builds that I'm working on as well.
Let's try.
I have a new planet for the Helpers Party.
Okay. Well,
The
speaking of the
Helpers
Helpers
Party
Party,
is looking
Miyogi
for a
just
hub.
dropped in.
Oh, did he? Oh,
Yeah,
hi,
Miyogi just hit chat. Yep.
Yeah.
Mountain of Hyperbole,
I
how's
have-
it going?
I don't know. The Helpers Party was looking for a new hub, system, and so mine was in the works as one of the planets. But I have a planet called New Earth, and it is a beautiful planet. And I am building a portal base there, so I might do that tomorrow. And Searcher's here too. Cool.
Oh, Searcher,
Can you-
welcome in.
Katrine, before you go, can you? Because this is the first I've heard of Helpers Party. What is it? What's going on?
Okay, yeah,
Miyogi
Katrin.
has a group, Helpers Party on PlayStation Network, and it's to help new players to get started
right
and
on.
to learn the game. And Miyogi would probably be able to explain it better than I can. But there's a Discord group and there's a PlayStation group, so it's just to help other new players. So we'll just visit them and give them whatever they might need, or give them tips or help them. There's usually somebody in the Helpers Party available to answer questions. So
Oh,
Right
I
on.
found
Fantastic.
a
Yeah.
nice moon in the system.
Oh, you found a
Is there?
system with a nice
Cool.
moon?
Yeah, it's the next pirate system to yours. The system of Zoo is a planet discovered by Easy Bake.
Yeah, I've jumped to a couple different systems here. Yeah, Sir Easy Bake looks like is the one that did a lot of the scouting around here for Zoo.
okay.
So let's see here.
And this is a nice moon.
Okay. The girl gamers are definitely amazing there.
It
Yeah,
looks
no.
it looks like it's green grass.
Mm. I can't believe that, Delta. This is
agree
crazy.
with
Thank you
you,
for the love
Delta.
there, everybody.
I agree with you. Like
40 people
Zoo
watching
was
this
such
time
a-
in the morning.
Zoo
It's
was such
crazy.
a loved member of this community.
He
and,
is, yeah.
I'm gonna start crying. Okay, I gotta go.
Let me land here.
All right, let's see what you found here, Ferdy. It's a nice temperate moon.
Yeah. Oh, nice green grass. Let me go in photo mode and see how it looks on daytime.
Very nice. Little tempered moon.
Oh yeah, it looks nice during the day as well. It's really beautiful planet.
Jump into photo mode here myself. People on stream can see. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put something down here.
This is a nice planet.
Let me go on. No hotspot. Come on. I don't.
I'd be halfway through the build before I started checking for that, Ferdy.
Oh, that's the first thing I check for.
Yeah. All right. I think, yeah, this is a good planet. Let's go find someplace fun to do something.
Okay, hotspot in that direction. Let's see.
Let's see what the caves are like. Definitely hugs all around everybody. Appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. All right, I gotta say, probably one of the most personally impressive things that I thoroughly enjoyed Zoo doing was when he'd be sitting in chat and just out of absolute nowhere pull this crazy weird story just out of his brain, and that always just stunned me how he could pull, and they would be utterly absurd in the best possible way.
I found an A-class, yeah.
A-class spot? Nice, there you go.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, utterly absurd. And yet, made perfect sense. They stuck together logically, and that was the craziest part, is that for a minute, you weren't sure if he was serious or not. Because it could actually be something serious, but it never was. It was always Zoo just making stuff up on the spot. His improvisation skills were humbling. Just made me bust up every time. Testing stuff out on Wizard's distant planet with the gravitational storms. Nice. I'm definitely going to miss him and Flowery's banter. 100%. And I can't blame Flower at all for not being able to stream yesterday. I'd expect it's probably going to be at least a couple days before Flowery's able to. Holy freaking cave. This is nuts. This thing is gigantic.
Yep, found my spot.
Exactly, Silent Robot. To the uninitiated, with somebody who's not familiar with Zoo, just dropping into a stream, it was 100% believable. Man, these caves are freaking huge. Alright, yeah, we gotta do a little something in these caves. Not quite sure what, but gotta figure something out. This cave's way too big.
Oh, we got jumping pineapples. Yeah.
Oh yeah, jumping pineapples and the little spade-headed burrowers with red tentacles. Yep. Absolutely, yep. Absolutely. I truly believe whatever you want to call it. I bet you Zoo's in a better place. So we got this. What's this up here? Nope. There we go.
Yo, Vortex.
Alright. What is going on inside Vortex? How you doing, man?
Hey, Vortex.
So,
Yeah, I'm just concentrated on the game. I don't look at the chat, and then I see a lot of people. Oh, new people. Sorry, hi, new people.
yeah, his silly stories about Lemonade Ape, yep. And the carrot token. Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I like this spot, I think, yeah.
You want to do these builds as an ode to Zoo or what?
That's kind of what I was thinking. I think I might throw up some kaleidoscopes here at the front and then do kind of like a little tour path
what
down
was his,
into
what
the-
kind of style did he build? You know that?
Zoo built a lot of kaleidoscopes and pyramids. Those were his go-tos.
So I could do a pyramid like the fantasy pyramid. Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, Delta, let me, I will DM you that logo right now, man. Hold on. That's kind of what I was thinking. There we go. Go. All right, just sent it to you there, Delta. Yeah, that cave's huge there, Vortex. It's crazy. So, you know, that cave might be big enough. Bet you it is. Yeah, this cave's big enough. All right, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull something here a la John Vardy, and we're gonna make some walk-through kaleidoscopes. There we go. I think that'll be, yeah, very nice. That will work. Oh, I loaded in with this save, so I've got legacy pieces too. Well, now.
Yeah, that's what I did as well.
Yeah.
Legacy. They're the best.
Yeah, lots of cool discussions in zoos, yep. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Nunya, nope. Yeah, anybody need anything outside of a stream? You just want to hang out and talk or whatever? Yeah, definitely. Check out content creator discords. There have been people live and most of them just in voice chat, pretty much. Every time I've looked, there's been at least one Discord that had some people live in voice chat. So, definitely. So. Yeah, we're going to put the landing pads up around the BC and then do an SRT down here. I think we're actually going to tuck this back in so you don't see exactly what you're getting into until
You've
you
had
tuck
like
that
one
down
frame
here.
per second on stream.
Oh, wow.
Well,
Man.
it's a frame.
Yeah, it's a frame. And I'm even...
Oh, look at you, Mr.
running.
Burnside.
I'm even running Streamlabs as an administrator. I've got my power settings right. None you pointed that out when stream was staggering a little while ago, but still getting those drops,
Okay.
man. So yeah, it's a rough
How
internet
much time
day.
did you plan to put in with this?
I'm not really sure, Ferdy.
Yeah, I know, because I have to finish that other thing, and then I would build a pyramid here.
That's fine. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. I mean, yeah, this will be up and running. I'm sure people will be here building for a while, so I'll definitely be streaming from here a couple times, no doubt.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, stupid mud hut. Couldn't do
I
it.
think so. I think Searcher, yeah, just do little escalator jumps to go from kaleidoscope to kaleidoscope. So, I think that'll be a good way to approach this. Man, this storm came in crazy though. far away am I from the BC right here? Yeah,
That's
thought
funny.
so.
That's what it looks like here now from all the fires on the North American continent.
I'm sure, yeah. Yeah, here in Colorado, we've actually got a pretty gnarly one less than 100 miles away. I mean, it's not headed our direction, but I know people that live over there that are having some problems. So I think actually, yeah, we'll start out here. Man, it's really taking a hit on visibility when these storms roll in. Action
Yeah,
Pants
part of those-
Gaming, what's going on, man? Appreciate you stopping by.
I'm sure, yeah.
Appreciate your stream yesterday. I was lurking for most of it. I wasn't really up to talking, but I appreciate the stream. It was an excellent one. Looking like your backyard there, Slacks.
Yeah. Do you have particles turned up or down? Because that might help with your.
Let's see.
Is it possible to turn that on the PS?
I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. I'm on the
don't know. I
PC
don't think
Master
so.
Race. We have control over. it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think I've got control over
Sure.
particles.
PC noob.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I also have it on the Steam Deck, and I flail when it comes to hand controllers. So I mean,
Yeah.
at least I try. But I
Caroline
can't
K,
build
how's it
at all.
going? Appreciate
The only
you
thing what you can
stopping
change in
in.
your graphic here is your image frequency limit, activated or not.
Mhm.
Wow.
That's about it. What you can do in graphics.
All right, so let's go ahead.
And if it
Let's just
starts
stack some also.
glitching, then I put on the just activate the limit, and then it turns out okay. So it's only at 60 frames or something, or 30 frames.
Yeah, Slacks is saying his air quality is of 0 to 11, high being bad. He's at 11.
Oh, that's rough, Slacks. That's all those fires.
So when I left California in 2004, the entire southern half of the state was on fire. I don't know how many people remember that, but I lived in the northern county of San Diego,
Mm-hmm.
and I have pictures of 50-foot walls of flame on both sides of the freeway as I'm pulling out.
Ooh. Damn, dude, that's crazy.
And it just so happened that my planned move that weekend was timed specifically with the largest brush fire we'd ever had in the southern part of the state. So,
And that just
yeah,
happened to be when you were moving?
It was crazy. It was so great, and you couldn't even see. The smoke was so thick. You walked out the door, and it was just like a wall of gray. There was
Wow.
you couldn't see more than a foot in front of you. It was really, really bad.
That's terrible, yeah.
Okay, maybe go continue on that. On that nucleus.
Absolutely, Nanda. You will get there in time, my friend.
I need to finish that.
Absolutely. I know that feeling 100% there, Ferdy. You get
Otherwise, I'm
sucked
gonna
into a
start
build.
something
Yeah.
new, forget about it, and then
No worries. Absolutely. I 100% get that, my friend. Not a problem.
and pyramid doesn't take that long.
Yeah. All right. Well, Nunya, you will get there. Absolutely. Yeah, it's just practice. And you are more than welcome to reach out with questions or what have you. If you can't get a glitch to work or just some general ideas, you're always welcome to reach out, man.
Oh, that's fun.
If we make this the center.
I load the other save, and yeah, my airship is not here.
Uh-oh.
Hey, where's my plane, man? Where did I park my car, dude?
Yeah, where did I park? So, I
No,
think-
it's not on the planet. So,
Dude, where's
I
my
have to-
radiant pillar?
Yeah. It's not even
you
on
have
the
to
planet? Wow. Oh, yeah. This
No, it's not on the planet. It's
Uh.
not appearing on my radar. Nothing.
Weird. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Okay, reload.
Okay, so what do I want to do? Since we're doing walk through kaleidoscopes here. Take it easy, Kevin. Appreciate you swinging by.
Yeah, then this week I will try to make some flyby videos. I'm not good at camera, so and I compose my own music to it.
Mic check.
Hey, what's going on, Mountain of Hyperbole? How you doing, man?
Hello, sir.
How you doing this morning? How's that little girl doing?
Oh, she's great, man. Becca woke her up for like the first time ever. Yeah. Usually it's me in the mornings, doing the morning stuff, changing that diaper, getting her bottle. Becca surfaces later.
Gotcha.
But
It's good. It's good that you could get
yeah.
split responsibilities. So yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Just with 3 you can't quite play man defense. You
No.
got to play zone.
Yeah. Just got the
Are-
one.
Wait, are you RPGing your children?
No. I'm football defense. Difference between man on man or zone. Once you get to 3 kids, you can't do man on man anymore.
It's, I'm not trying to shame. I'm just
No.
like, is that how it goes? After 2, it becomes a tactical defense or turret defense.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not so much about watching them, it's about redirecting them into the other person's zone of control.
Yep.
That's very nice. Go show your mom.
I gotta remember that one.
Those
Taking
mud
notes,
pies look
Dave.
delicious. Your mom would love to try one.
I would imagine that
Taking
tactic
notes.
has short-term rewards and long-term problems.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, long-term repercussions really is what it.
Because then the wife says, "Wow, that bee sting is pretty brutal. Why don't you go show your dad?
Go show your dad. See what he can do.
See what
Ask
he
him for a band-aid.
Yeah, because it goes both ways.
It absolutely does. Yeah.
So
Alright, so
are you the which one of you is the yes and the no? Is it Andrew? Are you yes and your wife is no, or is it the other way around?
It's usually I'm the yes and she's the no.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't have these. I don't have these problems anymore. My youngest kid is 23, so
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, see, then it's just everything's gravy. So
she's more like
Soon
I'm
you get
taking the
grandkids,
car.
Yeah.
right? Pretty soon you get grandkids, right?
Yeah.
Well, my grandkid is 12, so
Well, there you go. All right.
my oldest daughter is 32.
Well, there you go. Grandkids. Ta-da!
Well, now you just lob in really noisy toys and lots of sugary snacks and sit back and enjoy the bonfire.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Watch
doing.
them.
That's what I'm doing. That's my
This is
revenge.
no way.
Absolutely,
I go
100%.
visit my- Every time I go visit my nieces, last time it was bubblegum. Ooh, Lenny didn't realize it either, my sister. And as I was leaving, I saw on her hardwood floors a blob of bubblegum, and I was like, and I'm leaving.
And we're out.
Yeah.
There you go.
So good. I mean,
Anarchy achievement unlocked.
Yeah. That's nice, Sid. I like that. Okay, Jimmy, today's quest is to take the elfin quarterback's head off. Accomplish that, and we'll go to Baskin Robbins.
we'll go to Baskin Robbins.
There you go. Absolutely.
Real question is, what do I want to play?
That is the real question, my friend.
Are we all just biding time until Starfield? Is that what's happening?
No, I don't trust them not to mess it up. Is the problem?
Yeah, we had a discussion about that. It's like I really, really want that game to be exactly what they promised, but the hype train is a thing, and they are riding
Yeah.
high.
They are, yeah.
They
They most
are.
definitely are.
But Slacks and I have been talking about that for a few days, and it's like, I would love the trend to break that all these, AAA studio games are just crap on launch. I would love for that to stop happening.
Yeah,
That would be
but
amazing.
That's called the No Man's Sky effect, man.
Yeah.
Well, No Man's Sky- so-
No.
No Man's Sky is a little different, right? It was an indie studio that got stomped on by Sony, and as an ex-Sony employee, I can tell you the pressure they can bring to bear.
Hmm.
They got pushed out the door 2 years early. That's what happened. But
Mhm.
you got to give credit to Hello Games, man. They have never turned their back on the game, and they've continually worked to fulfill the initial promise, which the game that we
Yeah,
currently
yeah.
have is it. But
Mhm.
the AAA studios will just drop it like a hot rock and walk away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. For the AAA studios, you're the beta tester. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, here's a $99 early access beta test.
Yeah.
No, thank you. No, I think I'll. I don't remember if it was Leonaris or Sparkle Rain that said, wait for the sales. I'm like, yep.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the provider of French toast. Yes, that is quite true, Adam.
And
My
every
claim
once
to
in a while,
fame.
I'll bump into one of those early access games that's just so stupid good, but doesn't have a very great community because nobody knows about it. And I'm like, these guys are gonna go under if I don't tell people about. Like, what was the last one I played? Last Epoch.
Okay, yeah, I haven't heard of that one.
Nah, me
Exactly.
neither.
It is an ARPG, and it's just absolutely incredible skill progression and itemization.
How many people
Interesting.
right now are diving into their Steam interface?
I sure hope a lot. I sure hope a lot. It's early access. The biggest flaw I can find is it's a little buggy. When I say a little buggy, I mean every once or twice a week I'll have to reload and I'll lose whatever. Like my game will crash or lock up. That's maybe I'd say once a week I'll have a lock up, and I'm like, well, relaunch. That is the extent of my issues. I heard other people have more issues, but when it comes to buggy things, I seem to always, whatever game I'm playing, if it's like, oh, it's a super buggy game, I get the not quite as bad bugs. Just I don't know if it's my rig setup or what.
Yeah,
Love it.
I started with Space Engineers and then I downloaded pre-download and well, it turns out it's a beta.
Oh yeah. Yep. Welcome to. Oh gosh.
I mean that. So if the preload, if you can download the beta and play for free prior to official launch, that's
Yeah,
totally cool. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
The graphics
absolutely.
are so bad, man.
I mean, if you've ever been in an alpha, like a friends and family alpha, oh my god, I guess the weirdest one I think I was ever in was World of Warcraft, and that was so bad. It was just,
Yeah.
it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. I found every hole to fall through. I kept falling to my death through the planet.
Oh, nice.
It was crazy. Yeah.
Well, someone's got to do it, right?
Somebody's got to do
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was
have, like, a whole
nicknamed the World Killer. So.
Wandering around Skyrim. Didn't they have a whole team wandering around Skyrim for like a month? Like 6 guys, and their only job was go find what places to get stuck at.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Oh.
would
That's what I heard.
expect it. Yeah.
Well, that's
Remember
if
Fallout,
you have the. Oh, go ahead.
remember Fallout 76?
Oh gosh, I still play that.
Oh
game.
my god.
Good game these days. But when it launched, I heard it was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, not bad. Bad is yeah, nicely said.
These days I enjoy it, but I didn't play it launch.
Yeah, I started playing it large because I love the Fallout series, but
Oh yeah, I was a big fan
that
of the Fallout
that was a
series.
mess.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, definitely a big fan of the Fallout series, but
Oh yeah.
Well, if you
they
think
managed to
software
avoid that
development-
mess.
You think software development on average is complicated, has a lot of moving parts, and almost never executes well. You have a lot of traps you have to set up to catch the bugs before they go out into the world, and even then, that doesn't always work. I mean, look at Windows for granted. You know.
Yeah.
But games are an order of magnitude more complex, and the software houses that I've been exposed to are internally. There's a level of chaos that just blows your mind. It's a lifestyle. Working at a game studio is a lifestyle.
I can imagine.
So, yeah, it's so the fact that they ever get anything out the door to me is extraordinary, but it's what they do next that I have issue with.
That's fair.
You know,
Yeah.
What they do about it. There was
yeah.
another group on Steam, and I saw this trap right away. They said they released a sweet game, but they said, and I won't use a name here because I feel bad talking bad about people. But they went and they said, hey, you can buy for X amount of dollars a studio pass and any game we ever drop, and here's our projected game timeline, but any game we ever drop you just have.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed a pretty reasonable price, and the game they dropped was actually really, really good. But I was like, no, not doing that. No. I mean, it seems nice, it seems great, but life happens and people quit.
Was it a one-time or a subscription model?
No, it was a one-time price. You pay this. I think it was $100. I really do. I think it was like 100 or 120. So it wasn't an exorbitant fee, but they haven't dropped anything serious since. And that was pre-COVID by like a year and a half or two.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
you
So it's
think
been
of
a while.
larger games on average are 4 years plus. You can't
Yeah.
really develop a more complex game in less than 4 years. Even
They're just dropping out these indie games, though. I mean, I
Well-
understand it's like 4 or 5 years for a AAA title, if not longer, right?
it's actually the problem is really bad. It's what happens when you have scale. Like one of the things in software development that every company goes through this. It's like the 12 stages. The first thing they do is recognize they have a problem, so they throw a ton of money at it, which it inevitably turns into more people. The unintended consequence of adding more people is now you have way more communications you have to have, and that causes more harm than good. So there's this book, the Mythical Man Month is the book, and it's not. I wouldn't say it's modern, politically correct, but one of the premises in the book, one of the premises, is you can't put 9 pregnant women in a room for 1 month and make a baby. And that's but that's the model that the software companies work for. They throw people at the problem. Every single time you're like, oh, we'll bring in 200 more people. Yeah, now you have 200 times 200 communications touch points to keep in. The unintended overhead of communication kills your project every single time.
welcome in,
inevitably-
Zabs.
Yeah. Hey, Zabs. Hey, Zabs, how you doing? I didn't create the analogy, but I was alive when it was created. So.
Been there, done that, baby.
Yeah. So yeah, we were talking about like the games. It's like I'm actually surprised most of these games ever make it out the door, and almost all of them are 2 years earlier than they should.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Grimstone says he'll be streaming Let's Plays of Starfield when it releases. So if anybody's on the fence, definitely check out Grimstone, and he'll be doing Let's Plays for Starfield.
Already subscribed, Mr. Grimm. Already subscribed.
Been there,
The
done
game
that.
is PC only, is it?
PC and Xbox Game Pass.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son has Game Pass, so I will try it.
Who wants an Xbox? God damn.
Anybody that wants to play Starfield?
Yeah.
Yeah. They got a tie-in with Microsoft there?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid all the early play reels, like I was talking about this with Slack yesterday or day before. I'm really adept at avoiding spoilers, so I haven't looked at any footage from Starfield other than like a couple of seconds of a clip here or there. I just don't want to know.
Uh-huh.
I want
Be you
Feel like
surprised?
it's in bounds.
I don't want to have a preconception. I really don't. You know, because
Discover for yourself. Makes sense.
yeah, absolutely. But here's the deal. I loved No Man's Sky when it first came out. I absolutely loved it. I played the living hell out of this game.
I
You know,
ordered it as a sequel for PS4. That was supposed to be released at the release day of the PS4.
hmm I got it on. That was why I subscribed to Steam. Was this game was the day I subscribed to Steam. So you know,
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
and it didn't have all the
Yeah,
bells
man.
and whistles, but I mean, and it didn't. I was we were having a conversation about Starfield isn't going out with ground-based vehicles. I'm like, No Man's Sky didn't, and
Yeah.
here's something
Yeah.
to bear in mind. That this is what I put into that discussion. A lot of the games will put friction into the gameplay so that you enjoy the experience. By slowing it down, they take away ground-based vehicles. So no mounts, no
Uh-huh.
flying. You know, they make you walk. So, and if you want an example of that, anytime Warcraft puts out an update, World of Warcraft, for the first 8 weeks, there's no flight. You have to walk. You can get a mount, you can do all the things, but you're basically stuck on the ground.
What I figured a bit, a lot of people complain about that, but I really enjoy it. I mean, the devs spent how
Yeah.
much time making this world?
That's their point. Is it's the
Yeah.
gameplay
You
is
spent
meant to
so
be
much time.
experienced, not just hopped over. So, I
Yeah.
told Slacks, and I don't know that this is a mistake on their part or not, but it may be that they're doing the same thing. We'll know when we get our hands on it whether or not it works. That's
Mhm.
all I can tell you.
Yep.
A lot will
And we
depend
won't
on
until
how much,
then.
how much expansion they do.
Exactly.
How much they keep up with the game, what they add to it, if they add to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I
that's
mean,
the-
Yeah.
at launch, it's not going to be anywhere near as in depth or involved as NMS is.
Well, yeah. So here's the thing with software. If you fix a delivery date, you basically are killing yourself because you're never going to get it done in time. So you can deliver to budget, you can deliver to time, or you can deliver to feature, but you can't deliver to two of those things. And they fixed a delivery date, which means that the features are going to be, it's going to go over budget, and the features are going to be lower than we would have wanted. That's my prediction because that's how software works.
Mhm.
But
2 out of 3 is bad.
well, like I said, the thing I really look at is what do they do next? That's going to tell you everything about how that game is going to be. It's
Yeah.
because to your point, Zabs, it's like, well, they're going to have downloads, and you know all the games are doing that now. As they release like a base version, which unfortunately is like a paid-for player beta,
Mhm.
and then they start doing DLCs. Now the question is are the DLCs going to be fast fixes and upgrades? Are we going to see like we do with No Man's Sky, multiples just constantly coming through, like multiples per
Mhm.
year? Are they going to charge us for them? That's a big, you know,
Mhm.
it's
Yeah.
a AAA studio,
Yeah.
so I mean, what they do next is,
Do that.
yeah, I'm waiting to see how they handle it. 'Cause this is a new
Cost-vision.
type of game for them.
I'm sorry, I missed you coming in, man. Have a great rest of your day. Appreciate you stopping by. It's been a strange stream. I'm not keeping as good a close eye on chat as I should be, so appreciate you coming in, man. Great having you. Sorry, I didn't notice.
Yeah, shit happens.
The way to describe this stream would be to be a massive distraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Builder
That's
Test Plus chat shenanigans adds up to.
Yeah.
well, on the plus side, your frame rate has gone way up.
Well, that's good. I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah.
Take
That's
what
why
you can get.
that's because I left.
Oh, that might be it, Ferdy. Yeah. It might be the
Yeah, I'm coming
multiplayer.
in and I'm pulling down his frame rate because I have so many parts in this save. So
How dare you?
yeah, that save I was in, it was like at the 16K limit. So
It was already at the limit. Yeah.
yeah.
The game is just like, there's so many parts.
I had a thought about that yesterday. Somebody mentioned, you know, what they should do is raise the limit. I'm like, yeah, but you know, we'd all race to that new limit.
Uh huh. Yeah, and then
We would immediately fill it and then complain.
yeah, 100%. Yeah.
That's our job.
Why can't this render right?
The point is they can't do it because it's all they have to work on old gen and they have to work on all kinds of PCs. So,
That's true. Yeah.
they,
So-
if they would upgrade the client engine to 32-bit, that would be a release for everybody.
Well, that would be No Man's Sky 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'd actually have to rebuild the entire game. But one of the other things to consider is because they rushed the platform out so fast, they weren't able to fully bake in multiplayer. So multiplayer was an add-on.
Hmm.
And from a game architecture standpoint, you need to build multiplayer and then wrap the game around it, not the other way around. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you end up.
Yeah.
I can remember that multiplayer. We were on the same planet. He had like night, I had day, and his figure was like a question mark floating around.
Oh, I remember those days. Yeah, didn't
Yeah.
they leave those weird memorial markers or something like the
yeah,
remembrance marker?
yeah.
I've heard of that.
It just
I'm a
works.
latecomer, just started here early last
And I can remember the early
Not
days
this
of
week,
base
Sid.
building. You had no base computer. You had to look on the planet.
You had to
down
find a
building
while
where you could
BC.
build a base on.
Yep.
Wait, Zabs, you just started the middle of last year?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, you have come a very long way in a very short period of time. I am
Oh,
impressed.
absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, no. I still got so much to learn.
Well, you do
I'm-
fantastic work with
I-
what you know, Zach, so.
Oh, well,
I
thank
have-
you, Andrew. I trying, Ben. I trying.
I have like 6K of gameplay on this
The
game.
ideas vastly
Uh,
exceed
6K?
ability.
Did you say, Ferdy?
Yeah, 6K hours on this game.
Oof.
On PS4,
Impressive.
PS5. I already have 2K hours on PS5, and it's out only 2 years. So,
Yeah.
and the thing is, I'm still learning.
Yep, and that's
know-
that's it. You just keep
Delta.
adding to your knowledge base.
I gotta roll
Yeah.
out of here, folks.
Yeah.
It was good chatting with you.
All right.
Catch you later.
Take it easy, Mountain. We'll talk to you later, my friend.
Have a wonderful day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just wait till
my
Zab starts streaming.
Hey, Flowery. I just saw Flowery pop up in.
Yo, Flowery, what's going on, man? How you doing, dude? It's great seeing you. All right. So now.
You could do dual stream. I could start a share play, and you could put your share play on top of your screen, so you have a dual stream, 2 people building at the same time.
That'll be it.
Yeah, with 1 frame
Interesting
per
stream.
second
Yeah.
shared between them.
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's gonna go like half of it. It's gonna be like, did you build anything? I don't see.
Yeah.
Half an hour later, oh,
Oh, there it is.
there is one wire.
So I have a thing I've been kind of bouncing around in conversation is the No Man's Sky, and this is one of the benefits to this game. I think it was an unintended consequence, but I think what they've done is they've solved one of the biggest problems in collaborative gaming, which is persistent player housing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, because you see all the other, especially like the larger MMOs, have tried to solve that, and to various degrees, all of them have succeeded or failed to a point. But No Man's Sky, infinite roaming in infinite directions, and build wherever you like,
Yeah.
seems to have nailed it. But they don't really push that premise too much. It feels like they're leaning into a little bit more of the PvP to try to draw in that crowd. What do you guys think?
Yeah, the thing is, the game has so many loose ends. They implemented something and they didn't do anything with it anymore. Like those station
Yeah.
override things.
The station override cores. Yep.
Hmm.
Oh, you know, Flowery, we found a nice moon here adjacent to Zoo's Outlaw system, and I'm gonna put together a little walkthrough Kaleidoscope. So that's what we're doing here today.
I think that the PvP portion is something that does appeal to a lot of people. And I think they're trying to add in more with the corrupt sentinels and that storyline, more of the PvE part of it to semi-satisfy those
Yeah.
people that only want to go so far, don't want to go complete PvP.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Giving the
like it.
option of PvP is nice.
The point is, if you start PvPing in games, then you're gonna get a lot of shenanigans.
Oh yeah, that's already that we get all the kinds of shenanigans already.
Yeah.
Especially during expeditions when most people don't realize PvP is flagged on
Yeah.
by default.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that it's on by default. That is an interesting design choice, we'll say.
Yeah. And then you're gonna get people, yeah, look at my KD and this. Oh, fuck. I remember my Battlefield times.
Yes,
Yeah, I
those
used to
people
play,
always play rogues.
Yeah.
I used to
Love the
play
road.
in the PSN League and Battlefield. I was quite good even. And then Young Kiddies came. Oh god, the game was ruined.
I'm thinking like how, because we definitely want this game to sustain. I think to a certain degree you have to, like you're saying, you have to satisfy the wants of the broader gaming audience. But this is never going to be a massive player game. It's the technology it works against it. Like the second we start putting a bunch of people in one spot, the entire area starts to crash.
Yeah.
So masses
also
of
think
people.
that No Man's Sky has an advantage of drawing a wide age range.
Mm-hmm.
Since
It
it's
definitely
one of those
does.
Yeah.
PvP games that's all 20 and under.
That's
This
quite
has
true.
A
That
very
sounds.
wide age range, which gives it a little bit more depth, I think, as far as what people are looking for.
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely agree. Especially since this is kind of like a choose your own adventure sandbox. You really can make
Yeah.
the game any type of
Whatever
thing
you want it to be. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of unique in that sense, in my opinion.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you're not getting quite as much of the quick gratification now. It's more of a long haul as you discover everything that's possible.
Oh, I don't know. Getting like mining down a large deposit is satisfying.
It really
It's
is.
like
Yeah.
It's like popping a bubble sheet. You know, you're just sitting there popping bubbles. It doesn't accomplish anything, but oh, it feels so good.
Absolutely,
Killing
100%.
hazardous
Yeah.
plants. Oh yeah.
Oh, those things.
Yeah.
You know.
I like that. I like that analogy there. Tesseract. Yeah. It's NMS's version of a sheet of bubble paper.
I'm overly fascinated by the building aspect because, like I said, they've indirectly solved one of the largest sustained community game problems, the persistent player housing.
And I 100% believe they did not expect to.
No, that's the thing, is the glitching is an accident.
Yeah.
That you could never have designed a system that was intended to do it this way. That would have been the requirements for that would have been off the chart.
Yeah.
So it was entirely accidental, but I love that they leaned into it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Very smart.
And they left it like it is.
Well,
They didn't try and fix it.
It's more than that. Every single time they do an update, they have to make sure that it still works.
Uh-huh.
So they've rolled. Like anytime they touch the code, they have to make sure they don't break the glitching system.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's now part of their software requirements, which, like, to all the people that are arguing, well, glitching is cheating. No, because not only are all of the builds in the anomaly glitch builds, but they have to physically add glitching to their requirements for every update to make sure that they don't break that system. So
Yeah.
I love it.
I think they would lose so much community if the glitching was broken. Oh, yeah, if they would fix it.
Well, if you took out the building, you'd end up with a bunch of speed runs of the expeditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
because that's really all that'd be left.
Hmm.
Like new player experiences, like first time stream or whatever. But I mean, it seems to me, and I
It
Yeah.
it's subjective, but it seems like most of YouTube is about speed running the expeditions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that fury shifting should be a game mode and not settings you have to do for yourself.
I'm sure that Hello Games has been watching the popularity of that, and it may become part of one of the future expeditions.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then also add a trophy for it, an achievement.
That'd be nice too. Yeah.
Yeah, I did my achievement, the platinum one, in 2017 or something.
Mike, you prefer ship hunting, but my builds are random as ship finds. They really are. 100% there, Mike. You never know
Opens up another-
what I'm going to be building when you.
That opens up another huge question is, and this I think falls into Delta One's category is rather squarely,
Mhm.
is ship customization versus ship hunting. I've heard a lot of threads on Reddit about how ship customization would kill ship hunting. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I
Depends on
think
what they implement.
It depends on how they implement it. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, that's the point. And the point is, if everybody's gonna start customizing ship, is the engine gonna take it?
Well, it's a fixed number of parts in a fixed number of configurations, so it seems like a large number, but I mean the engine can only it's set to render any configuration of any part, so that I don't think that'd be a problem. Coloring and
Okay.
texturing would be a problem. Like coloring
that's
not so
what I
much,
mean. That's-
textures would
that-
cause a problem.
That's
I think
part of it.
that
Yeah.
it should be major customization where you can change it all would be a bad thing, but being able to add your own decal to your ship,
That
make
would be
that
nice.
a
Yeah.
That would-
racer with all the little labels all over it,
Pick a decal pack. Yeah.
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 So Elite
racing
Dangerous.
stripes, whatever.
The ship customization in Elite Dangerous does something similar to that. Is the ships are all fixed. You can add external modules that change the kind of profile of the ship, and you can put stickers on it. And some of the stickers you earn from community events.
Okay.
So that's kind of an interesting way to do it. I'm referencing again a different game. You can do in World. I'm sorry. Full disclosure, used to work at Blizzard. You can do before Activision. Just going to put that out there.
All right.
That's
Activision,
okay, we forgive
totally
you.
different company. In World of Warcraft, they have this transmog system where any item you've collected, you can use that
Yeah.
appearance on anything you're wearing. And
Yeah, Legacy had that too.
and in
Odd one.
thinking about this, somebody mentioned it, and I think this might be the best way to go. Is any ship you've collected, you can use the parts from.
Mm-hmm.
So you build up like a transmog catalog of anything that you go out and collect. And would that have an impact on the ship hunting? Would it make it less efficient, less fun, more fun?
I think it makes it more fun because then you got to go find those pieces that you're wanting.
Yeah, but the catalog is gonna be restricted to that and that amount of pieces. So
Very highly debated topic, Valerie. 100%.
Hey
Yeah.
there, Tesseract, you baited me on.
Tesseract baited you. Yep.
Well, I mean, see, I don't necessarily have an opinion, but the game is pushing to evolve, right? And we can influence whether they do something or whether they do nothing. I mean, the one thing that Hello Games does is they listen, whereas Frontier did not, and Elite Dangerous is dying as a result, if not already dead, because they don't listen to their community. Hello Games does nothing but listen to us. So, we have an opportunity here you rarely have. So if you want to, I mean, if ship customization is something that the community is really interested in, then the question is, how could you make it not detrimental overall?
The reason they're not implementing it, I think, is because they're listening, right? So, as most people see ship customization, it's the ability to do kind of whatever they want, paint jobs, whatever form factor they want, stuff like that. I agree. It's interesting to have the idea of being able to find ships and like kind of create your own little chop shop where you can, cut off the dorsal or find shockwave extensions that you want,
yeah.
colors that you want, things like that. That's an interesting idea. I like that. But the reality is finding all the parts won't take as long as you think. It's
Yeah.
I
relatively
agree.
simple to find that, and
Yeah.
I think even that would actually kill ship hunting, because for a lot of people, myself included, the joy of ship hunting comes from delivering a product or something different to people who like it and don't have the
Yeah.
time or desire to ship hunt. And if
Mhm.
that goes away, it'll just go away. Think about it this way: as soon as they introduced varying colors for your freighters, how many freighter finds do you see posted now?
That is
Valid
fair.
point.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah, I didn't
definitely.
think about it that way,
Yeah.
Delta.
It would definitely have I noticed that too. It's now it's basically, do you go Sentinel or Star Wars? I mean,
Yeah.
so I mean yeah, you're absolutely right. And it would have an impact on the player community, the external player community services like the coordinate exchanges.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It definitely would.
Yeah. Yeah, like I
Yeah.
said, I don't have
Who
an
needs to
opinion.
go look for a specific ship when you can make it.
Yeah.
Hello Games is being very smart in not even addressing it at all, because it can only hurt them.
Mhm.
To add it can only hurt them. To talk about it can only hurt them. Because if you add ship customization, you're gonna lose a lot of people. But if you don't add it and don't say anything about it, nothing's gonna happen.
Everybody can keep talking about it. Yeah.
Exactly.
That is
So it's
true.
just like, they're
The
good for them.
years between the release of Vanilla Warcraft and when they finally introduced Transmog, they had promised the ability to swap appearances in the first 2 years, and it took several years, the better part of a decade, to actually bring that system in. And they got hit over the head with it every single year. So you're absolutely right. Them not saying anything is probably the best,
Yeah.
the best course of
Yeah.
action.
Yeah, silence is golden here in this point.
Yeah,
In this
and
case.
you touch on a really good point. Is at its core, this is an exploration game. It can be a whole bunch of other things along the way, but
Hmm.
Yeah.
an overwhelmingly, nearly infinite number of possible destinations tells you what this game is. So I think staying pure play on that is probably the best way to go. Just go out and find stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Flowery said it right. Just getting the ship as you want it would harm the game more than help it. I think that's the calculus they're making.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I would.
I like the compromise of being able to add personal touches to it.
Yeah.
Customize
Dashboard
your-
says,
your
"Get rid of the
cockpit."
dorsal."
I would be okay with a new part or a new multi-tool attachment called the dorsal cutter or dorsal chainsaw. I would probably be okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be
if that's
great.
what ship customization is. All right, I'm on board.
I feel like there's no
Put some
like if
curtains
you
in your cockpit.
There
There
you
you Rug under the floor.
Hey, they gave us
Take the
bobbleheads.
tablecloths and hang them up.
Floor mats.
That's true. They
Got
did
a
give us
little
bobbleheads.
But
For our
I think
cockpits.
to Flowery's point, this feels like it's an all or nothing. If you even move in that direction at all, the erosion begins. So
Mhm.
I would tend to side
Yeah.
with him, and it's best just to not go that direction. You've swayed me, Flowery. I now have an opinion.
Oh, congratulations.
There you go, Flowery. All right.
Oh, now you're opinion. Now you're screwed. Good.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean he's absolutely. I'm assuming he.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right. Is ultimately once you start to go down that road, you'll never regain what you were. So you have to be really careful the choices you make and what trajectories you take,
Hmm.
because there's no going back.
That's
So
very
if
true.
it's-
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk to the community in World of Warcraft about flight, because man, would the developers love to kill that dead. Flying mounts make that game so much harder to build, because you have to be able to land everywhere, on top of every building.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's got to be a programming nightmare.
So for anybody that's familiar with that game, the reason that Cataclysm happened was because they couldn't do flight effectively in the old world. They had to actually destroy all the major cities. Because they had to
Because they had to
so
make them
that's why-
landable.
Yeah, so they rolled it into the game lore, and they basically redid all of the original continents so that they were landable by flying mounts, and that was, so they snuck in a Warcraft 2.0 in Cataclysm.
Be interesting, Nanya.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever want to know a lot of inside stuff about how that game came to be,
Like
I was around for that.
ship-specific missions in the game, transport a wanted VIP in a shuttle, mine and move resources with a hauler, explore toxic environment. That'd be nice, Mike. I would like that a lot, actually. I think that'd be a great idea. Yeah, more bobbleheads visible. Yeah.
Oh, now
I can only ever see Polo. It's not fair.
Mike's idea of missions is actually kind of interesting. That's something that Elite Dangerous has, and they're actually pretty cool. They're a little grindy, but they're pretty cool. Well, no, they're missions. So, like, between space stations, you have to, like, there's tourist transport from one place to another, taxi service for, take some tourists some places, tour the galaxy, do some scanning, come back and dump all your scan data, and you get a bunch of money. We have a version of that.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, you have to use a larger ship to transport cargo.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's actually an interesting idea. That's not necessarily expeditions. It would be more like Quicksilver missions.
Mm-hmm.
There's also like resource
they
sourcing
get
and
rather
trading.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they, like,
kind of repetitious after a
leaned
while.
into the trading and trade routes and something like that, it'd be interesting. Being
Well,
able
the
to
great
set
thing
up, like,
about-
trade routes and stuff.
Yeah, the great thing about that system is they've tied those missions to the ability to own systems and regions of space too. So
Mhm.
each system that has a space station has like a faction that owns it, and there are competing factions that are trying to own it. And the more you do missions for that one faction, the stronger your grip on that system becomes.
Oh
and
yeah, the
systems
background
around it.
sim.
The
Mhm.
background
Yeah, the
simulation. And so if
background
they did that
simulation.
in Elite Dangerous, imagine we could have the Enra Silver Hub, and all these people would be doing missions for the Enra Silver Hub, and you just start growing and growing.
So
Mm.
that's
Space.
we started talking about this when I don't remember which one they were launching. It was when we started to see the teasers for the new space stations. One of the things I threw out into the conversation is the idea of turning abandoned stations into permanent player housing, and you had to earn it, and it basically gave you control over that system. Like that would be the Enra system because you own the space station. That feeds into that kind of sim model really well, actually.
And you would earn it by building specific items,
you have to fix the
identifying specific
Yeah, you fix the space
number
station.
of critters or planets in that system.
I would do it like in the beginning, like in Elite Dangerous, they have this thing where you have to, like, it's a community action where you have to repair damaged space stations that have been attacked by aliens.
Okay.
Or one of the alien race, the alien race, and they go in and they basically just obliterate a bunch of space stations all throughout what's called the bubble, the core of humanity. And you go in and you have to go grab resources and bring them to the station to help repair the station. And it's a community event. But if you were thinking like, I want to own a space station, and I go out, I find an abandoned one, you start fixing up the space station. You can do a whole bunch of runs to gather materials, fix things, engineer. We could create some form of engineering for the space station where you have to create parts like you do for your spaceship. Basically, think about it like when you first pick up the radiant pillar and all the things are broken. Same thing, but for a space station, right? So fix all that, get it up and running, and then you could choose a faction. You could become like standard or pirate. Create your own little civ, and then branch out into the systems neighboring. You could actually build your own bubble. That would be really fun. And then I would put some limits on it so that you'd have like maybe a 5 station max per galaxy.
Mm-hmm. I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah.
So that would give the core override, that would tie in really well with that capability too.
Oh,
I'm just excited for the Captain Silverbeard Pirate Hub. where Enra terrorizes all the surrounding systems.
Yeah, just crash the economies.
Yeah.
Terrorize them with kaleidoscopes, peace, and hugs.
Yes.
I want to see the system that says no geck allowed.
Yeah.
Hey now. Don't be hating on the shorties.
Yeah. System overseers. Yeah, yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
is there,
welcome.
is there a,
Exact-
is there a
I
gig?
was actually thinking that I needed to go to one of the bills to see if he could walk over the little
See if
bump
it
I
actually
put
fit.
there.
Oh, see,
Yeah.
that could be part of the. If you thought about player stations, deciding the race of the system would be kind of cool.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah.
you know, pick a faction, pick a race. That's in a line with a lot of other games. You just do all that up front instead of in gameplay.
Yeah, or the system takes the race on which character you are playing.
Yeah,
I-
it would be
you know,
nice
honestly-
to have traveler system.
It would be, yeah. Would they all glow?
Ooh, that would be glowy.
But you can get all your glyphs in one system, so there you go.
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, I found one the other day with 4 travelers in it.
Isn't there one planet somewhere? There's one system or one planet that has all the glyphs, all 16.
All 16. Yeah.
Yeah, the grades, but they don't have 16 travelers in the station.
That's true. Yeah, they don't.
That's true.
So, Tesseract, if you don't mind, let me bounce off of that idea.
What's going on, Sin?
Elite Dangerous. As somebody who's played Elite since Elite began in the early 80s and watched it progress.
Oh,
and
right
develop.
on. You're actual OG, like full on 16-bit.
Yep. Long before Braben decided to ruin his child, but that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
I
Looking good,
got
ain't
into No Man's Sky. I watched it. I was very hyped about it, and I always wondered whether or not Hello Games had the chops to pull it off, and I'm glad they have. But I would love to see the level of simulation that Elite Dangerous has, or even Star Traders Frontiers has, added to No Man's Sky. They just would have to make a whole, or use a whole different engine to be able to pull all that off with that level
Yeah.
of nuance and granularity.
That comes back to that earlier conversation of you can't paint the outside of the bowling ball and change the bowling ball kind of thing, so they'd end up having to do a new game engine to run all of that.
Oh, of course, yeah. But no, I mean, you bring up great points. Hello Games was kind of thrust into that. Sean Murray knew what he was getting into only partially until he was PR. Sony dropped the ball on that. They should have absolutely given him a full-on PR and backed him.
Yeah, well, Sony shouldn't have pushed the game out as early as they did, but they were, like I said, full disclosure, it worked at Sony Online Entertainment before it was consumed. So, like,
Jesus
you know,
Christ, dude. Blizzard.
well,
it?
so the thing is, okay,
He's
I'll
got a
give you.
bad history there.
I'll give you guys the scoop on this.
Yeah.
In the early '90s, I ended up getting involved with Hewlett Packard, and I got I was a senior level person there in the Human Computer Interaction Group in their corporate branch. One of the projects I spearheaded was single sign-on. So when we had like all these corporations inside of Hewlett Packard, there's a bunch of different organizations. They don't have single sign-on. So managing that in the early 90s was a serious pain in the butt. Then we absorbed Compaq, which made it even more. There was another 200,000 people across the world. So I got put in charge of doing single sign-on, and we made unilateral enterprise single sign-on. A friend of mine over at Sony tapped me to come help them with their single sign-on project for Station.com. And then my friends from Sony moved over to Blizzard to work on the silent project World of Warcraft, and I got tapped to go over to Battle.net. So that's how, basically it's single sign-on. That's all I've been doing for like that whole 15 to 20 years. It was just single sign-on authentication and auth servers, and merging all of the properties into one. So every time you saw that happen, I was behind it. That was so it sounds really sexy when it's Blizzard, but not so much when it's Hewlett Packard. But it's exactly the same thing.
Exactly the same thing.
It's exactly the same thing. But Blizzard, sexy. Hewlett Packard, poor boomer. I'm not a boomer. I'm actually Gen X. But you know, but yeah. So
It all depends on how you feel about ink.
right. So when I'm saying all these things, it's I've been in the information industry since the late 70s, so I've gotten around. So it's not like it's not me trying to brag. It's just it's all based on who you know, right? You're always people reach out to who they know to bring in a help. If I need help with X
Yeah.
and you're really good at X, I'm gonna come grab you.
Mhm.
So I ended up getting sucked into the game industry because of people I knew from Hewlett Packard that were brought in to Sony, and then from Sony to Blizzard, and then I kind of tapped out because Blizzard was getting what Blizzard is now, and I was like, nope, I'm out. And also, I'm a little older than them, and it's a lifestyle. Like, there are dormitories on the Blizzard campus in Irvine, and when there's a launch week, you don't leave. There's
Mhm.
8
Oh,
to 10 days
wow.
where you are on site 24 hours a day, and there's dormitories, a commissary, childcare, and laundry, and all the things. Yeah, so I'm far too old to know that that's going to do me any good. So, plus it's in Irvine.
I
There's
want a
nothing.
home!
There's nothing in Irvine. It's like a mall, and where the freeway splits, and that's about it. So, and there's a university on Blizzard, but whatever.
Other than
So,
that,
I don't know. Other than that, no. Plus, I had reasons why I needed to move cross country, so whatever. But no, don't take this as like bragging. It's basically just I've been in the industry a long time, and I get tapped to do the thing I'm pretty well known for doing. Systems integration is kind of my thing. So,
gotcha. Okay.
and here, same thing. I mean, Cricket, Bell South, and AT&T. I worked for all three of those when those were all absorbed. I've worked for Turner, I've worked for Coke. They're all centered here in Atlanta, so I've worked for all of
Oh,
them.
you're in Atlanta. Hi.
Yes, are you in Atlanta?
I am in Florida, Tampa area.
Oh, okay, so a bit farther south. Yeah.
Mercenary,
just,
what's
I
going
go
on?
through Atlanta
How you doing,
a
Merc?
lot on my way to Mississippi, where I've got a lot of family.
Oh, right on. Yeah, Atlanta's a good place to go through.
Saigon Jin, how's it going? Appreciate it. Anybody
They're
I
off there
missed?
every time, but hey, it looks
Yeah.
good.
But anyway, on
Oh,
from
what is it?
that. That's
Is
where
it
that's why
Norcross? No.
Norcross. Yeah, that's if you look at Atlanta, it's like a clock face. Norcross is around 2 o'clock.
Where's
the map?
little town that has all the old houses? Just outside Atlanta, that is a large portion of it is
It's
antebellum and gorgeous.
That's
Beautiful.
it's just south of. I think what you're thinking about is just south of downtown, and it's not that far from Martin Luther King's neighborhood. It's like south of that,
Mhm.
I think.
There's just
I
a
don't know.
little
I don't-
town outside there that always stopped at because it was gorgeous. Just old school, 100-year-old houses all around. And anyway, on.
Yeah, they have a bunch. I don't. To be honest, I don't drive around in here too much because again, I grew up in San Diego, so I love to drive. But I moved here, and these people cannot drive. I don't know what that is,
A
but
little
you
bit
call
of
it
snow
driving.
and the whole city shuts down.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I have a classic Mustang that is bright orange, and it may as well be invisible. I'm constantly dodging attacks. It's just crazy. So I don't drive too much anymore.
Hey.
It's very sad. It's not
Down
not a
here, it's
source
even
of-
worse.
Oh no, I've been to. I drove from Atlanta down to Key West because I wanted to
Uh-huh.
do the bridges, and yeah, you're right. Especially around Miami was like that's
Oh,
full on bumper cars, man. Crazy. I've been more afraid in southern driving than I have in places like Italy and where the driving is that I don't know. That's how do they survive
Germany,
those
I
roundabouts?
love my country for that.
Yeah, like I thought Italy's crazy with the driving,
British,
especially in those roundabouts. But man, you come to
En ik
southern,
speel naar was dit dan niet?
yeah, you come to the southeast, and it's just like it's deliberate.
Ja, soms moet
Is
ik
it
hebben,
good?
maar
Feels
dat is niet.
like it.
Oké.
Feels like it. Yep.
Yeah. But back to game. We were talking about the background sim. I mean that's an extension of the game. I love the idea, but again, coming back to Flowery's point, what would that do to the game overall? Would that change it? Would it start to diminish other aspects of it? Like what would the game turn into?
I don't know. I mean, that's the elephant in the room, I guess, is where would the game go? Would it be something that we look back on and be like, that was a great decision, that worked out phenomenally? Or do we look back on it and be like, that's when the game died?
Yeah.
Or that's another way for
first
them to
spell.
lean.
Take it
Sorry,
easy,
Zach.
Paul. Thanks for stopping in.
That could
Appreciate
be
it.
another way for them to continue storylines, to lean in onto how, in some systems, the Korvax and the Gek are getting along, or the Viking and the Gek are getting along, or in other systems they're not. It allows them to continue to tell storylines with the outlaw systems, and how they interact with the other law-abiding systems. It allows them to tell lots of additional stories if you do the factions, the reputation, things of that nature the right way.
I could see that scene.
It's just-
yeah.
That would work. The problem I would have, because this, again, coming from my software engineering process mind, I would say feature is spot on, but how do you maintain it over time? Because you saw what happened in Elite is they have all that capability, but it drops off. The lore just kind of drops off a cliff, and the community picks it up. But like Galnet was a thing for a while, and then it just kind of disappeared for a few years, and then it kind of came back, and I don't know what state it's in now. After Odyssey, I kind of stopped playing because it just didn't. I don't know. I couldn't get a handle of the UI on the ground, and it just didn't. Like, I started getting back into No Man's Sky, so one space game at a time. But what I'm getting at is if they're going to do that, once you start to create in-game lore, you kind of have to manage that like any other community, right? You'd have to have
Keep the
somebody on.
story straight.
Yeah, well, not just like they'd have to pepper it in. That's not actually all that difficult, is writing the story threads and baking them into the game, but then consistently providing new updates, new story trajectories. Because the lore then becomes a thing that has to be grown over time.
Yeah.
So they'd have to have people on the inside dedicated to basically managing that. I don't know that they're set up for that.
Yeah. Somebody the other day was talking and said that they'd had a large number of different writers going through, and I would think that would have an effect as well, because each one is coming into it with their own perspective on what has happened and what should happen.
Their own ideas, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless they set up story pillars. So again, I'm going to drop back to Warcraft. Metzen is the center of lore for Warcraft and World of Warcraft, and the Voice of Thrall, for those who didn't know. And he ran the lore, not writing it all himself, but he ran the lore the entire time he was there. Once he retired, it was handed over to another group, and it started to fracture, and the community started to complain. Now he's actually come back. From what I understand, they brought him back on as a consultant to manage the lore. So that's seeing that, and then looking back here, and then looking how Frontiers managed it or didn't. I can see that they would have to have central lore pillars that they work around, and then the writers have to stay consistently in alignment with that and make subtle changes but not dramatic changes, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that's a lot. That's a whole division of the
just
company.
like you said,
Yeah.
it has to go back to status quo at some point or another, much like comic books, right? We all enjoy comic books or that type of format and that type of storytelling, or sitcom storytelling, but at the end of the arc, everything has to go back to the status quo for a little bit.
What's also fascinating about this game is it's almost devoid of narrative beyond the starter quests.
Yeah.
So you are the narrative, and that's actually unique to sandbox games, right?
Yeah.
And this sandbox game I would point to this as probably the only one that I'm aware of that's actually successful at having entirely player-driven internal narratives with no external narrative needed, and having long-term success with that. What I mean by that is like Warcraft and Final Fantasy and Guild Wars. Those are all sandbox games, but they have narrative threads. You can play anything you want, you can do anything you want, but there's threads to follow. And in the arguably one of the downfalls of Warcraft is they're always making your character the central person in every world-breaking event, which some people have come to realize that, you know, sometimes I just want to be a bystander. So I'm thinking, like,
Go
in
kill
this
that
game,
dragon. I'll watch from here.
yeah, right. It's like,
Yeah.
here, and the borrowed power. They give you all this world power, and then they take it away. So you can go kill the dragon, then we take away your power. It's their game mechanics over time have evolved into a big, huge mess. But this game is unique in that it centers on the user. Like, the player is the central character, and it's devoid of narrative, and you create your own narrative through movement and action and exploration and builds and whatever. So you are literally designing the game as you go, and I can't point to another one that has been as successful for this amount of time doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
look at Enra's Mercenary Adventures.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could build your own narrative. with
Make
it.
your own
Yeah.
story,
Yep.
which is awesome.
It's one of my favorite things about the whole game. Yeah.
So to his point earlier, though, Elite Dangerous does a version of this, and you're able to ignore the background sim, like a lot of people do. Some people are really into it, some people are not. There doesn't seem to be a middle ground.
Oh, there usually isn't.
I mean, again, subjective, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's subjective. He's been playing longer than I have, so like where I jumped into Elite Dangerous was about 6 months before Distant Worlds 2 went out. That was when I started playing Elite, and I got into the.
You had
I got
time
into
for that?
Well, no, so, I didn't realize how much of a time suck it was going to be. I ended up being a fuel rat, so I was fuel services on Distant Worlds, and
Wow, most impressive.
and I had a Jumpaconda that was rated for repair, so the group, the Hull
Fuel
Seals.
rat, that's fun.
Yeah, fuel rats are awesome, man.
Yeah.
We have gas, you don't. Any questions?
So for those who
Wow.
are unaware, you can be when you're traveling out in Elite Dangerous. There's no fast travel. There's no Stargate system. Nothing like that. So if you get caught out halfway across the galaxy in your favorite ship and you're out of gas, sorry, you're out of
stuck.
gas. You can either you have one option basically to get back. It's to blow up your ship, lose a lot of money and all that stuff, and lose all the data you collected along the way.
Oh yeah, that's
And
the part
everything
that
you
sucks.
named. It's horrible, right? But this amazing service just created by players called the Fuel Rats came along, and that was their motto, right? We got fuel, you need it. Any questions, basically, right? And so
Yep.
it's an online service. You go and you're like, I'm stuck here, and it didn't matter where you were. They'd travel all the way out there, 15, 20 hours to come get you, give you some fuel. It was awesome.
And that's 15, 20 hours real time, by the
Yeah.
way.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so like you could cover, like, say 200,000 light years was the round. It was 240, I think, round trip on the Distant Worlds 2 out to Beagle Point and back. You could do that inside of No Man's Sky probably in under an hour. It took 6 months, and there were
Yeah.
16,000 people, and I probably did that route maybe 15 times. Because I was constantly having to save people with the busted windshield thing is my favorite. You lose your, because there's no fix. You can't fix that. You have to basically, you have to mine. You have to give them materials so they can constantly replenish their oxygen and keep short hopping back to the nearest space station. Which until we built the one in the center of the galaxy during that tour, there wasn't anything within like 100,000 light years or 60,000 light years in it. It could take half a day to get them back to where they could get repaired. Otherwise, they just die.
Tesseract out there selling that extended warranty.
No, but man, the thing was is I had the fully spec'd out Jumpaconda with like I could do repairs and I could do fuel. And, I couldn't land on anything more than 2 gravity because I had no shields. And my hull was wafer thin. But man, 81 light year jumps. Oh yeah. That's a big thing there. So, Jumpaconda. No, that was really
no
fun.
worries, Nanya. Not a problem. Welcome. Glad you're participating in chat there and chiming in. Absolutely. Yeah. It'd be nice. Yeah. Just stickers and decals for your ships. It'd be cool.
Yeah, so that's what Elite gives you, that, right? And
Yeah.
So if you were part of the Fuel Rats at a certain point in time, we got the Fuel Rat sticker,
Okay.
and I don't think you can get that anymore actually. But it's just it's basically like the AGT or one of the decals
Yeah.
that we have. It's basically that, but for your ship.
Nice.
But
Okay.
think about it like a Twitch drop, right? You have to
Uh-huh.
go and watch the Twitch stream, and then you get the Twitch drop, and then it's in game kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it functioned in Elite. Was you participate in this community, you get that sticker thing. If you went on Distant Worlds 2 and you hit all the stops, they were keeping track.
Uh-huh.
You got a sticker for completing the Distant World 2.
Nice. That's cool. Okay, yeah.
So I mean, it was participation trophies basically, but those could be implemented here really easily.
Quite
I don't know
easily,
how
yeah.
much ships.
You know,
Yeah.
I will say for ship customization, I would be okay with like personalized decals. So if you had like the Interstellar Index or
Mhm.
Enra or Distant Worlds, whatever. If
Oh,
we
and
could,
numbers.
If we could get our own decal in there and be able to slap it on the front of your ship, that would be kind of cool.
Uh-huh.
And numbers.
That's true.
If we could put numbers on
Tired of
things.
being 99.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have the little 99. I mean, talking like wing identification or tail identification.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Be able to put tail numbers up, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
we
I
need
have the
some,
dorsal to put
some
it
dors-
on.
I was gonna say some
No.
dorsal numbers, yes.
think.
That would be kind of cool. And you
Oh,
can
how
do that
brutal.
in Elite.
How brutal would that be? Sean comes in and is like, guys, we're gonna let you customize your ships, but it has to have a dorsal on it.
Yeah.
Pure evil.
And then just sit back and laugh.
Is there a shark fin emoji? Because that could be the emoji for that update.
That could be, yeah.
So, let me ask you this then: if the game as it is right now, they've evolved a storyline around the Sentinels. So there's now a faction of Sentinels.
hmm
Yes.
That's not really feature driven. It just introduces a new fleet. It's basically a mechanism that gives us a new structure of ships,
hmm
Mm-hmm.
which is a cool way to do
And
it. To
cool
be
pink
honest.
crystals.
Yeah, and I do like the color that it changes some of the planets. That's kind of fun. And
Yeah.
that's really fun. But from a feature perspective, where the game is now, what would we want to add? Maybe not just an extension of a current
Tablecloth.
feature. What's that? Oh, tablecloth. Don't
You
just use
unlock all the
stuff,
building stuff in the anomaly there. Anomaly and yeah, it's the back room of the anomaly and the Quicksilver vendor is where all the build stuff is at. Not yet. Oh no, that's a lie. There are 11 pieces that you can only find on derelict freighters.
13 and
13 Zabs knows. I lied to her. She's never gonna let me forget it.
Or
But
if you have a save editor, it's like
or if you have a save editor, yes, there is that as well.
Well, in defense of the save editor, like anybody that's played this for a really long time, if you've done these gather like the starter quests and gather all the parts and gather everything like 500 times,
hmm
it really stops being fun.
It does.
That is, it's just there's no fun to that. So, and every time you start a new save, you're basically starting from scratch. So,
Mhm.
it's,
Which is why I've got no problem with the duping. And I'm glad that Hello Games has kind of left it in the game. Because I'm sure that they realize that their long-term player base, the people who've been playing forever, have already done all these things so many times. And there's no point in making them suffer through them again, basically.
I mean, think about it. No Man's Sky is like a massively single-player game, so the only experience you're damaging is your own.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's their philosophy, to be honest. The way that they're behaving with their build in their community and not blocking off those things
Mm-hmm.
kind of tells me that if that's how you want to roll, knock yourself out. Plus, again, they could remove that in Heartbeat. That's easy. Every single part has a lat long. You could put a proximity on that and have it not function anywhere near. That'd be super easy.
Mm-hmm.
So for anybody that didn't understand what I just said, when you look at the code, every single part has a positioning coordinate that tells you exactly where it is. Like, it's crazy. It has a date and timestamp and a positioning coordinate. What's crazier is I think when
I
you
didn't
see
know about the date timestamp. I knew about the lat
Oh.
long.
it's in there, all of them. For every part, there's like 16 lines of code, and one of them is date time. And I think what we see is when you fly into a base and you see it getting built, and it kind of looks like it was building in the order it was built. I think it actually is. I think that's what's actually happening is the bases are assembled in the order they were actually assembled.
Oh,
It's
that's
weird.
interesting.
Again, I'm guessing, but why would you need a date timestamp if we don't have an undo?
That's true,
an
yeah.
undo would be heaven.
An undo would be nice. Not gonna lie.
Oh my god, even one undo. Limited undo, just one. Just give me one.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I will
Oh
send
man,
you
if only
bagels
they
and
had been
coffee.
able to,
Yeah.
like Media Molecule, the way that they built Little Big Planet 1, 2, and then Sumo did 3. But the way they built that, and if you had that ability.
Hey,
especially
Geminus,
for
how's
base
it going?
building, oh,
Welcome
baby.
in.
Oh, come on.
Appreciate it.
I mean, I
They're
think
at 2,300
most all
light
of us-
years. Nice. Amazing,
think
Braden.
most
What's
of
happening?
We probably all used our ship save as an undo, and then they
Mhm.
messed that up.
Then they took that away. Yep.
Yeah, I never think about those the doing the restores. It just doesn't happen.
It used to be so much more
Okay,
useful.
delete, 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 delete.
It's how fast can you get to how fast can you get to your restore or to jump back to the previous save before it updates?
Yeah.
Like, 'cause you got, like,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. They completely. Oh.
Oh yeah.
like race to the menu. Oh no,
Quick,
I
quick,
deleted the thing I'll
hurry.
never be able to put back.
hmm
Yeah.
Not
Okay,
speaking
so
from
let's
experience at
delete
all.
from everything around it, put it in, and then rebuild all around it.
Geminus, I have to start a new save every expedition I build too much. That's not a problem though, Geminus. That's a good thing.
That's operating as intended, Geminus.
Yeah.
Yeah, undo would be nice.
hmm
And
Definitely,
if, if the autosave functions, that's mostly there where you made the mistake.
You know what I would
reload
love
the
is
game. Oh, well, it's still there.
because what
I
we
do
what we
so much
don't have
redoing anyway. It doesn't matter.
what we don't have is basic editorial functionality. Like we have place and delete, and that's it. You can move around, but that's a function of place.
hmm
You can,
Yeah.
but if so, things like undo. Oh my God, just even one, I think would make us all. Like I said, I would send bagels and coffee every day for a year to their
I
shop.
would even pay for that.
They fixed the green bag glitch there, Nanya. It used to be you could get. This green was not available on anything else in game, but if you take the cement bag or the rolled carpets and you color or texture them, they turn black. But then if you then take that black bag and use universal adjacency to put in a floor,
It turns pink.
it used to turn a real nice forest green, and now you get red or black, and it switches back and forth between the two of them randomly from day to day.
Ouch.
Oh,
Yeah, I've got them in a build, and whenever I show up to the build, I'm like, am I going to have black floors or red floors today? Today we're black. All right.
That sounds oddly similar to the whole freighter thing.
It kind of is, yeah. Yeah, I
Like,
wonder if it's a
on your radar.
related, if it's a related bug.
Yeah.
Would not surprise me. So, but hey, welcome in there, Merc.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. No, I heard, I saw you guys talking about ship customization, and I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely missed that hard save there, Geminus. That
Yeah.
there is, so for people on PC, there is a mod that'll put the functionality of saving back to the way it was.
mhm.
For everybody else,
No, it's
sorry.
not happening. Not gonna happen.
You just make a ship save and race back to the menu as fast as you can before it overwrites and see if you can recover whatever you just did.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing
Have
is,
not gotten into any mods yet. I've been looking, but
they could add mod system because Fallout has it on console as well. So I don't understand why other games can't have it.
That was that's a whole other kid and caboodle right there.
Well, the major issue is the fact that like we're connected. So for mods, if you have information that someone else doesn't have, then they won't interact very well. As for people on console, I always tell everybody if you can, back up your saves on a USB drive, because that's how I got started.
on that.
At least
Yeah.
once
Nord
a
taught
month.
me that
At
one.
least once a month. Always go back.
Once
and
a week, and every
Well-
time I finish something.
Well, I tell everybody depending on your progress, because the one thing I don't like about expeditions, and I had this conversation the other day with a few friends, is new players will do expeditions, and then immediately once they're done, they're thinking that the rewards automatically transfer, so they will delete their expedition, then go to their old character trying to claim the rewards they unlocked, and realize that everything is still
Oh.
locked.
Mhm.
Because since it doesn't transfer automatically, you have to keep your expedition saved, then transfer to a different character, and then once you have both like characters at the same time, then everything transfers over.
So everybody that didn't know that that's the way that worked, raise your hand right now, because like that's news to me.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've
I
definitely.
know,
Yep.
but
like the
I've
fourth
kept
expedition.
all my expedition saves, so it was never.
Yeah, I have like 14 saves that I've got to go through and clean out and get rid of.
Well, since the only one that I contemplated getting rid of was the Utopia one because it didn't have glyphs. So
That was a problem with that Utopia expedition, no doubt.
wasn't really. I thought about getting rid of it, and then had people starting to ask for the Utopia little module thingies. to be
Oh yes,
dropped off.
chaotic. Dedicated servers, yeah. Dedicated community
So
servers would be
decided
nice.
I better keep it just to have those available to give to whoever needs them, like myself. Maybe. Well, no, I can't give them to myself.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
Katrine,
it just
you're-
really depends.
Are you on PC, Katrine?
She is. She's got a PC and a PS. Zabs is
Or
on
Z-
PC.
Zabs, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Zabs.
Zabs
Are
is
you
on PC.
Yes, I am on
Because
PC.
with the save editor, it's super easy to give yourself the glyphs. That's the first thing I do.
You just point and click, essentially.
Yeah, it's basically just all 16 of them. You check the box and boom, you got them. So
So there you go,
I
Zabs.
just
That's what you got.
started
You
my
gotta.
first creative, and that gave me all of them too. So that was
That's
my
always yep.
oh, that's true too. If you start in creative and then switch to normal, you can.
Switch to normal. You can have all the glyphs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, started a creative, I got everything, and then went to Pirate Systems to get echolocators and hit a bunch of encampments to give myself exosuit upgrades.
Oh yeah, encampments are great for that. Yeah, definitely Zabs.
Yeah.
Oh,
so got her set up pretty good.
So, I've been avoiding shamelessly plugging anything that I'm doing on Project Space, but I will point this out on the Grand Tour itinerary.
hmm
Uh-huh.
On every single waypoint page, one of the things that we did was catalog all of the S and X class upgrades at every station.
Yeah, I saw that.
So-
That was absolutely fabulous.
So if you're looking for upgrades of any kind, just go to the Grand Tour page on Distant Worlds and look at all the waypoints or detail pages. You'll see all the ships, the guns, the fauna, and
Mhm.
any upgrade modules at those stations, and that includes pirate stations. So lots of X and S class. So that'll be the only time I plug one of my projects because that just feels tasteless today. But there you go.
No worries.
Hey,
Very useful.
it-
Very
It's
useful.
useful information, and I have looked at y'all's website quite a few times. And
Yeah.
checked out different things. So
So you
I
can
am here, Braden. Yes, I am.
you can thank Zeptasonic. Her in-game name is Scheming Monkey.
Yep.
For pathfinding all the ships, the tools, and ultimately the stations as well for the entire tour, and it was not an insignificant amount.
Not at all.
No,
No.
that,
Not at all.
that was a major undertaking, and did a fabulous job with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was. In the after party system, I named her planet Scheming Monkey is Legion because she was everything, everywhere, all the time.
She really was. Yeah. Jiminus got carried away with my Utopia save, maxed it out with just 7 bases. Yep, that's definitely carried away, my friend, but in a
Did it
good
in
way.
5. I dropped, that spaceport build that I do. That was actually the original design strategy for that. It was a support base for expeditions, and I could just import it at each one of the
Uh-huh.
destinations. So, but it's at 3,000, so 5 of those, and you're pretty much
Yeah.
Yep, that's about it.
pretty much there.
We'll about do it.
So I have a question. This last expedition, it seems like bases were struggling to render harder than usual. Was it just me, or was that everybody?
No, I think the same thing. Yeah.
Well, that's typically
Delta
how it is.
Creator,
was
thanks for
very
stopping
small,
in. Sorry I didn't
really
welcome you
bad.
when you got here.
What was that,
Oh,
Tab?
I said the ones I just did 2 little tiny ones, just for utility,
Mhm.
and since they were so small, it didn't really matter
Hmm.
as far as render. I mean,
Yeah, they render pretty quick. Yeah, if you keep them small.
Yeah, I can bring my part count down, but then they're not as pretty.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
just
Yeah.
just
I
like
put 'em by
mine.
drop pods just because they were drop pods, and threw some plants and things around, and that was pretty much it.
Thanks, but I
Utility.
appreciate that about the corner there, Geminis. Yeah, that's a Pharaoh technique, and he's fantastic. If you're not sub to Pharaoh, you need to check him out. He's got a lot of good stuff.
I remember some of my friends just changed on a PS5 and they wanted to join me on with their PS4, and their game just crashed because they couldn't render the bases.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing that that's the reason why I advocate a lot for them to bring out No Man's Sky 2 with everything upgraded and let us transfer stuff over, because
Yeah.
the way the game works is just so weird. Like, another thing that a lot of us who use like an editor discovered very quickly is that the game makes a save. It has an entire section where it saves not only your bases but the bases of other people that you've been to.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm,
that's
yeah.
what we were talking about that earlier. It's in
Yeah.
it's what's called persistent player bases, or and
Yeah.
there's a list. So if you open that up in the save editor, all of yours should be first. So 0
Yeah.
should be your freighter, and then say you have 10 bases, 1 through 10 should be yours. And then it starts capturing everybody else's. So, and I actually saw this on this expedition. One of the people that was on the tour, A17 is his name on YouTube. I don't know what his actual name is. He built this cool like starship thing,
Mhm.
and I saw somebody else had imported it
Yeah.
at one of the things, because you can go in and copy that base code.
Yeah.
And then implement it yourself. I'm not a fan of that, but yeah, whenever you visit a base, it copies it locally.
It does. Yeah.
Oh.
So
It also
yeah, no,
shares it out. Like, it's peer to peer to a degree. So like, if I have a base saved and you don't, the game will try to hand you the base that I have if we're in that area.
Yeah, that's the reason why we have like situations where, like, let's say I was building a base, you came to visit me, and then while you were gone, I decided to like update and change a few things, and if you show up, there's like a bit of a conflict where it wants to implement what your save says, but also what my progress says.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah,
And that always makes the
definitely-
render a little weird.
Yeah, so definitely there is that situation where there is the risk of like someone technically copy and pasting your base and claiming it as your own. Most
Yeah.
people do it as a way to like back up their bases or their friends' bases.
Uh huh. Yeah, I had Gecko GT do that for one of my bases before I deleted it. I had him join up and copy it for me. He actually put it right back where it was, so I think it's even still there and visitable.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was very handy to have.
Didn't realize
However, I would like to
copy
add
and
that I'm
paste
sure
like
that all of that base information adds continual bloat to the save games themselves, and then
Yeah.
the information time necessary. I would much rather have a white list that I add the bases that I want added to, instead of having all of them automatically transcribed and constantly following me around.
That's
I
true.
agree.
Okay, yeah.
I've gone in with the save editor and removed like 60 or so bases. I just didn't want bloating up the file, because it does have a limit. It used to be somewhere in the 30s. I noticed it's now the saved stack goes up to 70 something. I
Yeah.
don't know what the upper limit is, but that list is not infinite. So you know, I don't want to, like, if I land on a planet, I don't want all 20 bases loading in.
No. No.
And then permanently
so-
save, well, not permanently, but then replacing bases that I had saved, and yeah.
And yeah, Geminis is right there. Nunya, as eventually space stations will start falling off your teleporter list.
Yeah.
Yes, there's an upper limit on every list. Every one of them will have one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found that out when I went back to go find where I got a ship, and it wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, that's why dropping base computers is your best friend.
Well, this was a ship I got during the Leviathan expedition, or the Redux, and it wasn't my system, so I did not do pictures or anything. But then Delta was asking me where I got the ship, and I tried to go back, and yeah, it had fallen well off the list. Yeah, 3 months later, what do you do?
But that's a great tactic to get all the glyphs done. Yeah, I'll do that. I've done that on a couple saves where I've been to a lot of space stations, but wasn't really looking for glyphs, and so I'll just go back to each one and check them for travelers. And if you got 4 or 5 pages on your teleporter list of space stations, you'll be able to find all the travelers. You'll be able to get 16 of them pretty quick.
I started seeing a lot of them at archives too.
Really?
I noticed an uptick at travelers showing up at archives. I mean, it was noticeable. It was a few releases back. All of a sudden, I would like every other archive I hit had a traveler.
Really? I don't know that I've ever. I mean, I'm not really paying much attention, but yeah, I don't know that I'd.
Archives,
I've seen them at archives.
minor settlements, observatories.
Yeah, I've definitely never seen them in minor settlements.
I think they pushed the population up a bit because I think they were hard to find.
Yeah.
So they make them a bit
and
easier.
Archives seem to have a lot more people at them now. As far as
They do. I have noticed that
just-
they're more inhabited.
and spread out more. They're
Yeah.
not all just grouped there in front of the little talkie area, but they're down on the runways and different places.
No, my suspicion to all this stuff is it's probably a combination, mainly due to like the way the servers that they have work. Because I don't think they do like I know we have the option to upload, but I don't think they like regularly like scan like players to kind of try to keep things current.
Yeah, I don't think they do. Yeah.
You're
I think you might be
probably
honest.
spot on. It feels very much like a hybrid of central server meets peer-to-peer.
Yeah, which I understand because like the game didn't have multiplayer in the first place, and they had to like jerry rig everything, but yeah, it's one of those situations where like at some point, you know, I would say right now they're kind of like in a bit of a corner, so their options are to either continue to try to upgrade the game, but things are going to continue to start breaking. Slowly things are going to start getting like unfortunately worse because it just has limitations. The other option is either to like I mentioned, bring out a new game, let us transfer our stuff over, which I would consider the better option.
I mean,
but
No Man's Sky 2, where we just start over, wouldn't be all that bad, to be honest.
Nope.
Yeah,
No,
I
no, no.
love the exploration.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, what are you actually transferring over? Like, what is on our characters that's so?
Well,
Quicksilver items.
Well, your bases. Yeah.
Well, that would all be
no,
different.
that's a good point. That's a good point, Sabs. Anything that like you've earned through Twitch drops or gameplay,
Mm-hmm.
that you should definitely keep account bound.
I don't think any of that should even be compatible. You know, honestly, I think they're gonna have to make a whole new, different game to
New
incorporate
system.
all these ideas. So it'll be a new system. They'd have to remake all that stuff anyway.
Yeah.
You know, if they were gonna
Yeah,
do
that's
that.
probably true.
Yeah,
And keep
Kevin
No Man's
playing-
Sky what it is. It's beautiful as it is. You know, make
Yeah,
a
it's
new
vanilla.
version, bigger, better, and you know, we always complain
classic.
about wanting more stuff to do. Let's let's do it. Let's start from the beginning and do it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the argument
I'm
between.
down with it.
What? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Zabs.
Go ahead, Sabs.
Oh no, Kevin, I was really surprised when he was doing the save editor and giving himself Quicksilver to go to the Quicksilver thing to get all the things. It was like almost 300,000 Quicksilver, and had not realized that had spent that much Quicksilver
Yeah.
over
a strange-
time rather than all at once like he was doing.
That's a
But-
strange way to do it because in the save editor you can actually just go turn on all those items, so you wouldn't even have to
Well,
have
he's
the
learning.
Yeah,
Oh, gotcha.
yeah. Kevin's still learning the ins and outs of the save editor. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Zabs,
but
The issue with that one, if you do it that way, some of the things say you can claim it, but then it says the item has already been claimed, even though it lets you claim it. So it's a bit of a conflict on that one.
Mhm.
It's
It's,
not a-
yeah, there's a weird account. I've noticed that too.
Yeah.
It's basically it sets a flag in your account because it's account wide. So you have
Yeah.
you have to be out of the game entirely, like not even have the game running, and then do that, and then fire up the game, and it should be okay. But yeah, there's a little quirkiness there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But even though it
does
says
transfer to other saves, as far as if he does it via giving himself Quicksilver and buying them with one save, would they be available on all other saves? Yes, but if he did it via doing just
Save editor.
giving himself
oh, that's a
the
really,
item-
That actually, that's
That
a very
is-
good point. Yeah.
that's a really
Yeah.
good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thanks, Geminus. I appreciate it. That actually, that little ceiling light trick I picked up from the people over at Chimera Corp. So yeah, Bad Hat Harry
I like
and
that.
13th Rat King. They showed me that ceiling light trick, and it's a fun one. Yeah, it's
so I don't have to make circles.
yeah, for
I
things
know.
like this, it's very handy because it's not, I mean, you're still not geometrically perfect, but you're really close if you pay attention when you're putting it together. And so it's definitely faster than building up circles and going through all that. So
It's funny. It's funny you mentioned them, Ezra. I got myself because I'd been with them for like a while.
mhm.
But I got myself into some hot water simply because like my response to random people who I do not know yelling at me if I make a mistake is to tell them to take a hike.
I think that's most people. Yeah,
Yeah.
most people
But, yeah,
respond
some-
that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So essentially, I got the boot. But
Oh.
Well, what was I saying? So, so the main reason why I advocate for them to let us transfer our stuff over is there's a thing that a lot of people have is like attachment to items. A good example of this would be games kind of like Destiny and Fallout 76. Is people underestimate how attached people can get to the things that they have, especially if you earn them.
Mhm.
So Destiny is still having an issue where they're like, oh, we're just gonna take these weapons away and bring them back later, upgraded. But when you're in that kind of situation, you grow attached to the things that you earned. So the player base has actually taken a giant dip in for the last I think couple years. And same thing with Division 4.
Sorry, Destiny is the point is they take it out, they sunset the weapon.
Yeah.
So and then they bring a complete new weapon. It's just the same thing with a
Yeah.
new skin, and I
Yeah.
paid that 3 times for the same item.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but what he's talking about, I've encountered this too, and you're absolutely right. It violates the level of trust and
Yeah.
kind of agency at the user level, because this happened in, again, I'm going to reference Warcraft.
Go for
Things
it.
that were really, really hard to earn early on are now things you can just go buy, and boy, did that piss people off.
Mhm.
Because they
Yeah.
were a mark of they were a mark of a journey. Like, this is the only one of these can be on a server kind of thing.
Mhm.
And now you can just go buy the skin. And I mean, the community, the heat that came back from that was extraordinary. So you're absolutely not wrong. That's perceived by any user community as a violation of trust.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
You can tweak things, but the two things you're not supposed to do is feel that you've stolen someone's time and stolen someone's work.
Mhm.
And if you do both, then players will just not return because, like you said, they feel that their trust has been violated. In a game like this, where most of the stuff here is literally you're the first one to encounter it, you made these bases, or just got things set up nicely. There's even more personal attachment because it's like personal experience unique to just you.
That's a good point there, Merc. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we've already faced that once in this game, because when I first started playing, I had a bunch of planets that because we were all on our own. You name the planets and
Yeah.
whatever. But I stopped playing for a few years and then picked it up again when they did the Mass Effect crossover. That was what brought me back in.
Mm-hmm.
But in between those 2 points, I believe they remapped all the galaxies and planets.
Yeah, they did a time jump. What they said, yeah.
Yeah, and it
Pretty
wiped
much,
out
yeah.
all of my. It wiped out everything I had. Like my original save was gone.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's I get your point, but I don't know. Are we as attached to planets as players are attached to their gear?
Well,
Yeah,
the
you know,
reasoning-
that's, yeah.
Yeah, well, their reasoning behind that was due to like their updates. So it's
Yeah, yeah, it
kind
was-
of like, yeah, it was for a reason. Like we sacrificed this, unfortunately, to gain this, which over time, made things better. It
Yeah.
did obviously make a tremendous amount of people upset. But there was like a reason behind it. So you got a return on that sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Another thing that I don't think a lot of game developers factor into is a game like this that essentially lets you go at your own pace. A lot of people have kind of come to realize this is more of like a game that's been populated by a lot of people of a senior age. So they don't have, as much freedom, as like the younger crowd to, be.
Oh
just
yeah,
jumping time.
mobility. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of people just don't have the time, and if you tell a large chunk of the community of people, because it's been kind of like, what's the way to say it? This game is unique, just like other games that let you explore freely, because eventually there's like this very packed and condensed groups of people that have like passion for the game, which they start to grow like very densely within their like little categories, which is why you have like solar systems that are just full of like all these like pieces of art and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're more focused on like building within each other and things like that in that kind of sense. And if you were to tell these groups of people that have like dedicated themselves to these things, well, we're gonna give you the next one, but you got to start all over. I mean, it's kind of hard to.
Depends. It depends. Like it. And I'm gonna before I respond to that, I have to stop and say, Enra, I'm like, I don't know if this is affecting everybody else, but watching you do this is just flat out hypnotic.
Oh yeah, it always is.
Like I'm just sitting here watching. I'm just like, I just caught myself staring at the screen, going,
Well, I appreciate
I just
that. Does
I
Rick?
exactly know what you need. I have some friend on PlayStation. I do some share play, and they watch like for hours what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly. This is one of those games where I can like watch APG for 4 hours in the morning just doing stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not really actually watching so much as it's just hypnotic bubble that I'm wrapping myself in.
That's really what it is. Yeah, it
It's
is.
relaxing. Yeah.
Yeah. And
So,
yeah, that's why I've usually got if I'm
Meditative.
not streaming and I'm building, I've usually got a stream playing in the background because it's very meditative and very
There you go.
nice and relaxing.
But back to Merc's point before the meditation sunk in. I think it depends on how they do it, because like you said, they had a really good reason, and they demonstrated what the value would be at the end of that change.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's gonna any dealing with player communities. I could write a book on that.
Yeah, because you're.
I'll
yeah,
read it.
Yeah,
I
there's
mean,
always going to be people who feel alienated.
I'll read
definitely.
anything. So, you know.
Well, for anybody that was playing any of the Blizzard franchises, remember Real ID? The first
Oh,
10
yeah.
days when it surfaced your real name and you had no choice. I will put this out there, that we tried to stop that. That was above our heads. But whatever. That resulted in a lot of the senior staff having to have on-site security at their homes.
Oh wow.
That's how bad it got. So, and it sounds crazy, but no, the death threats were happening. I mean, it was crazy. First thing, my comment was, you never shine a light into the basement.
Yeah.
Never do that.
Oh yeah.
What are you thinking?
It was, oh man, that.
It was a move to try to tamp down the toxicity in channel, right? 'Cause,
Yeah.
Yeah.
there was a lot of
Yeah,
toxic
oh my
chat.
God.
It was basically what was it? It was Baron's chat. Anybody familiar with the early Warcraft understands what Baron's chat means. But it was just a full-on 4chan going on in the Blizzard forums,
Yeah.
and Mike was really upset by that.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
You know, I mean, they were trying. It was a move to try to like, well, if you surface them, they won't be that because it's the anonymity. Oh no, they'll be that so much more. It'll get so much worse, so much faster. No.
Yeah.
Acid and a base. Acid and a base.
I
Don't
think
mix 'em.
Sony kind of did a similar knee-jerk reaction when they decided to just completely delete communities altogether. I remember when they did that, and like people lost it. Like there are people who immediately went to go buy Xbox the same day when they announced that the PlayStation communities were no longer going to be a thing, and they were all going to be deleted.
Yeah, it's community management at scale, and games are probably the most volatile. The communities around games are the most volatile I've ever encountered. But at scale, they're a thing, and you have to be. There's some tactics that you can do and things you never can do.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm always a fan of. Basically, before you make a thing happen, really think it through and plan out the trajectory ad absurdum. Like, how far out will this go, and how bad will it get?
Yeah.
So
Are people
that's-
going to be
that's-
upset that we just doxed our whole player base?
Oh, instantly. And
Yeah.
the problem was it happened. The announcement and Real ID went out at the same time.
Oh, really? Oh.
And you
okay.
had no way to shut it off. You couldn't turn it off. Your real name was just surfaced on the forums,
Mhm.
and it was just, oh no.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we had 8 days of that. It took 10 days to implement the update to remove it. So 10 days total, and yeah, we had people showing up at the front gate, which is not cool.
Yeah.
And
No,
'cause
not at all.
I mean, the Blizzard compound is a gated community with, by the way, an extremely large Thrall on his riding wolf statue in the courtyard. Really cool. But Metzen had people show up at his house, and that is not cool. He has little kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's Metzen, man. He's like, not only is he a beloved reindeer during Winterfest, he is the guy that created all of the lore. So you don't fuck with him. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Go for
No
it,
worries,
darling.
no worries. Yeah.
I just remembered we're live.
Well, that's what I mean.
Now you sound like me.
Hello, YouTube.
No, it's what we were discussing. It's people get very attached to things, and I've
Yes.
noticed most communities that have like a hyper level of like want to set you on fire is usually games that are completely online. Where, like, for example, if I lost my internet and I'm on No Man's Sky, I still have all my stuff, even though I can't play with other people.
Mm-hmm.
In games where everything is solely online on servers, people get way more attached because in the back of your head, you're thinking, oh man, like they could technically get rid of all this stuff and there's nothing I can do about it. So they get like hyper fixated, like a dog with something in its mouth.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's going on,
I like
Apex? How you
what
doing?
would Sean do?
Yeah, what would Sean do?
What would Sean do? I'm sure it would be a single emoji, and we'd all sit there for
Yep.
3 weeks trying
Trying to figure out what he meant. All right, Sean told us to do something. What did he want us to do?
It's the rock
Like
emoji.
breaking
What's that
news,
mean?
Sean Murray goes back to Electronic Arts.
Well, so to Merck's point, like let's try to gauge the level of attachment here, right? Because I think that the threat of attachment to planets and systems is fairly weak. It would be a bummer, but you know that happens.
I don't
But
know,
bases.
I enjoy going into a system and seeing a name I know that discovered it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
Not
fun.
mine
Yeah,
so much.
it took me
but,
2 months
hey,
to get out of-
wow!
It took me 2
I
months
know
to
that
get out of
person.
Double Dash Gaming, right? Double Dash
Yeah.
Gaming had
Oh,
like,
yeah.
consumed half of it Euclid. It took me
Yeah.
2 months to find one that wasn't Double Dash.
Yeah, he's back doing the weekend missions again. I saw the last one was discovered by
Oh,
him.
the last one had his name on it. All right, yeah, he took a little bit of a break there.
Mhm.
Well, so if they were to say update the engine, and by doing so they'd have to update the entire procedural gen, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would wipe out all the planets. They could probably keep the bases, but if it was as evolutionary as a full remap of the parts inventory, all the bases would have to be wiped as well. You couldn't
Mhm.
leave anything
Right.
legacy.
Yep.
So that's, I think, touching on what Merc is saying, is I think that's the level of attachment in this game, is we create our homes. How
Yeah.
bad would it be to, like, again, if they did the same thing where, hey, we're going to do this, this will be the benefit, like super stable multiplayer and a whole new category of parts.
Mhm.
Would we be cool with that?
Well, I think it's kind
Yeah.
of a moot point, and the reality is, you know, if at that point you're just make a No Man's Sky 2, because Sean has
much,
already Sean has already gone out and said they had to do the Galaxy remap one time, right? He said he's never going to do it again. So now if he does it, even if it's to give us what we want, he'll have lied. And he's just not going to do that again. He's made that mistake already.
Yeah, he
He's
has,
not-
yeah.
He's not going to repeat it. He's very actively not repeating it, right?
Yeah.
At that point, just make your No Man's Sky 2, and you can always come back to No Man's Sky 1 when you want
Yeah,
to see your bases, you know?
Yeah.
That's a good point, Delta, because that's the argument about classic versus retail.
Right.
Like the and I'm sorry I keep doing this, but I go back to what I know. Warcraft communities had salvaged the original vanilla version of WoW onto servers,
Mhm. Yeah.
and no Activision Blizzard had to come down on them because that's an infringement of IP. So if the way copyright law works, if you don't defend your copyright, you lose it, right? So you have to defend it no matter what. And so they came down on the community, and they hesitated to do it for years and years, but they finally had to do it, and they had to close down those vanilla servers. But what they did in as an alternative was they brought up the vanilla servers inside Battle.net, and they were free to anybody that had an already existing Warcraft subscription. So
Mhm.
they
Yeah, the classic WoW thing. Yeah.
so you have classic versus retail. And if you want the classic experience, and now what they've done is they're now starting to introduce the updates. So I think they're on Burning Crusade now.
Oh wow.
So yeah,
Like
so, I
the
mean,
older
it's-
updates.
Yeah, exactly. So they're replaying 2004 through 2008 right now. I could see doing that in No Man's Sky. I really could, because here's the deal. Like, out of everybody in the chat, how many of us would love to be able to turn on the original version of No Man's Sky, like switch back to vanilla, exactly like it was in the first year?
Mhm.
It's different.
so
It's
that's-
a different game.
It
You're
is.
getting the Halo Legends there.
As somebody
mean,
who played
I
test
never
games, I
played
would
it. It
love
would
to be able
be
to do that,
interesting.
because it's always good to be able to go back and check and see the progress that's actually ensued as the game has continued to be developed and as the community's fed into it, and it's become more integrated across the board. It's always great to be able to go back and look at the roots and the foundation.
Mhm.
Exactly, because it was a very different experience.
It really was, yeah.
And a lot more challenging in a lot of different ways. And like that conversation I was having with Slacks yesterday, no ground vehicles. I remember having to run everywhere, and I called in my ship, and it landed on top of one of those spire things, and I couldn't get up to it. I was like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that one was like, it was like very, very unpredictable. Like my first base was like 4 prefabs stacked on top of each other on this like planet with yellow grass, and I just stayed there for who knows how long until the updates start coming in. And I felt like an old man standing on top of a hill watching everything around me change while I'm trying to stay the same.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and like I said, my experience was I stopped right around the time they introduced the base parts, and then I picked it up again at the Mass Effect Expedition, the first time it ran through. So
Mhm.
think about everything that happened between those 2 points is pretty much 90% of the changes in this game. So it
It's
was
true,
like
yeah.
a completely different game to me.
I'm sure, yeah.
this
Coming
game-
back to it.
This game definitely has a very unique community to it. I mean, it can be compared to others, but this game just has had like this weird effect on people where it's not necessarily that I think people will go and burn down Sean Murray's house. It's more of, I think the game will be a victim of what I call compassion. So my theory is that, if they do that, where they bring out, part 2, we gotta start all over, there's definitely gonna be a lot of people going like, oh yeah, I used to play this with my grandma, and now she says she can't because she doesn't have the time to start over again. And then slowly, more and more of these stories will come out, and people will get mad that way. Simply because this game has like just grown this community that's like very compassionate,
Mhm.
but people obviously do have that thing where like it's like you either get sad or get mad, and they go from sad to mad very quickly. So
Well, there's
I'm
also-
trying to see what I can mitigate.
It's like following along that line of thinking, because you're absolutely right. All games will end.
Yep.
The only reason we don't think that they will is because of, and again, World of Warcraft changed everything about the gaming industry, including how long a game is considered to be
Viable. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that game's still running. It's what, 20 years?
Mm-hmm.
Almost 20. It'll be 20 years this next coming year. It'll be 20 years old. It's in the year 19 right now.
Tesseract, I don't think I had to tell you or remind you that there is still an active and budding WoD community for the original Doom.
So he says that, but for those of you that are old enough, do you remember the all-text MUDs on the servers way back in the day, like in the early 80s?
Yeah.
Those communities still live.
Yes,
The
they
altnet
do.
still is alive. They're still out there. The internet just keeps piling on top of them, but they never died. I mean, there's still an alt/Barney.die running around.
Yeah, it's like people still do things on Gary's mod. People still do things back in like emulators for Nintendo 64, Super Nintendos. Like, yeah, a lot of it is obviously, passion projects from like the people who enjoy the games and not necessarily the developers. I think there's few exceptions to that, like Team Fortress, where it started out as a mod and then became an actual game. And then a couple other games like Unreal Tournament as well.
I love Unreal Tournament.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where. Which one was it?
Team Fortress is still a thing too, and that's been
Yeah.
forever
Counter-Strike
ago.
also started out as a Half-Life mod before it became its
Yeah.
own game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I like Gary's mod and stuff. So,
There's still mods for Team Fortress 2.
yeah, so
Mhm.
it's
On top
definitely
of that-
possible. It's definitely very possible for things like that, like to continue to happen because they obviously do already happen. I just wonder because I know from like a monetary standpoint, it's not necessarily viable, for like a developer of a game to keep a game around like that.
Mhm.
But again, I'm not gonna say No Man's Sky is like the perfect kind of situation, but it does kind of stand out in that kind of aspect where you have people who just continue to play the game even though it's been here for so long.
Mhm.
And at least I'm hoping it might be that situation, where like maybe a developer goes, well, you know what, let's just keep the ball rolling.
Yeah.
See as far as
Or
it can
turn
get.
it over at the end of life. Turn it over to open source and let the community run it, because
Mhm.
there's been some examples of
Yeah.
that. And if anybody's going to do it, Hello Games would do it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
hope so, definitely.
Yeah, because you're right. The one of the new things that they have to consider with these types of games is maintenance mode longevity. Like they put it into maintenance mode, then how long do they run it? And frequently you hear communities are getting crushed by companies turning off the legacy maintenance mode games. And maybe there's only 10,000 players, but those 10,000 players were really into it. Now their game is just gone. It's
Mhm.
wiped off of the map.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, people can definitely try to brute force it. Like with Halo 2, they announced that they were going to shut down the servers, but they couldn't because people kept one game going for what, like 3 months? They refused to leave the game, and they were like,
Oh no,
"Look,
they
guys,
they can still turn it off. They just didn't want
Well,
the blowback. 'Cause-
Yeah.
hey guys, you had your fun.
Yeah.
Turn this off." They're like, no.
Time to go to bed. Nope.
I mean, yeah,
long ago.
I'm sorry, goes up.
No, I said one of my old favorites was Sacred, and it got server shut down and stopped playing because it didn't have the replayability in single player that it did in multi.
Mm-hmm.
But
Uh.
and then I bought the new version of it, and it looks worse than the original did in 2004.
That's actually,
True.
now that I think about it, that's an interesting business opportunity, is to run a legacy system that supports games as they age out into open source.
Yeah.
Because nobody's doing that. There's no, like, what we would say is, okay, well, somebody in the No Man's Sky community could take the open source and spin it up on a server. That's a little bit outside of the realm for me. Pretty close to being able to do that, but it's beyond my capabilities. But I have server access. But you get a couple of us, we could probably pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But
everybody
then I
can,
have,
Would be
but then that,
interesting.
but see that then falls to me, and I become, and this is a conversation we had when we were building the tour service was, we have to try to design the service so no one person is the critical point of failure. If I disappear, the tour service stops.
Yeah.
You know, that's a problem that I need to get around, right? And now the same problem exists with if I'm running the server for everybody and something happens to me, all of you guys get cut off. So I'm thinking like, well, how would you get around that? Is you could actually spin up a company that does nothing but support legacy games after their retail life. That's an interesting concept.
Run by the community that actually supports and loves it and is compassionate about it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to think about that because I know some people that might be interested in doing something like that actually.
Well, since there are companies.
Think faster.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, I mean, you know, I got projects of my own.
Like you can't be everybody's savior.
I mean,
Yeah, you got way too much on your plate with the tours.
No, that's actually just like a side thing. Oh, by the way, and I'm not shamelessly plugging a tour, but we are looking for people who, and if anyone wants to get involved and help out, we're looking for people to help join because right at the moment it's Slacks and I, and occasionally Zeptasonic, and it's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys do a lot of stuff with very little resources.
What do you need people to do?
So
what do you need?
Yeah.
Well, when we started the process, we had 2 additional resources on the team. One was going to do social media and the marketing, like all the outward communication, because that's actually something you have to do all the time. And then coordinate that with other groups and stuff. And then one other person was going to do photography. And I know Zep wanted somebody to help do pathfinding, which is scan the systems, find the ships. Basically, we need ship finders, weapons finders, things like that. People who enjoy that. But one of the things that hit us really hard during the tour was we lost our photographer the day before the first stage launched. So he did a bunch of really good photos of 2 of the bases in stage 1, but there were 12 bases in 12 systems in stage 1. So I ended up having to go out and do all the photos, and then there's a whole lot of photo rendering you have to do to get them cropped and stamped and get them into the website. So it's a lot of back end work. But having to actually go and travel to those locations, take the photos, and then come back. By the end of stage 2, I was basically Slacks was holding my sanity like together with a thread because I was like I had lost it by the end of stage 2. I was just like I hadn't had any sleep. It was just getting crazy. We're doing all this in real time. Yeah. And so Slacks did all the photography from that point forward, which let me go back into my cave and just build everything into the website. And Zep was out on her own, scanning and cataloging everything. So we kind of all isolated ourselves into that. But what we wanted to do was be a lot more collaborative and have a bit more fun and not, have to be stressed about it. So anybody who wants to run a tour, hey, that's putting the tour together is actually kind of fun. It's like curating. You get to tell a story.
Yeah.
Any ideas you have for tours, you bring them on, and we'll help you put it together. I've got the format. All you need to do is gonna spearhead it. Somebody managing social media would be fantastic because I'm horrible at it. I'm absolutely horrible at it. And photography and pathfinding. Those are and if you just want to join in, there's all kinds of things. There's all kinds of things to do. So. If you're interested at all, just hit us up in our Discord, and we'll find something. Right, we have a limited schedule of Distant World Tour events that we've put on the schedule. And to give you the 10-second framing of that, when we started talking about this, we were starting to talk about the Grand Tour. The Distant World Tour's framework around it is what makes that make sense, because it's not just the one tour every year; it's a tour service. So to do that, to provide that context, I actually filled out a calendar just off the top of my head. Half of those are basically stolen from holiday dates in World of Warcraft, by the way. Winterfest, Harvest. I mean, seriously.
Nice. All right. Hey.
What you know, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Go with what you know. Like the Horseman's Ride, because you don't do Halloween. Most of the countries on the planet don't actually celebrate Halloween. But we all have spooky time. So 10 days of Horseman's Ride is just spooky bases, not necessarily Halloween, right? So all of those were put together just off the top of my head, so that when you looked at the website, the Grand Tour made sense because it's one of many.
And the naming of it made sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I had to. I was having a conversation with Slacks about this yesterday because we're kind of overlapping with a bunch of community events, and I said, well, when I put that calendar out there, we made a promise, and I have to stick to that promise. So those events are going to happen.
But for example, the bonfire event that's going on right now, that's not really an overlap, because a lot of those community events, they're like, hey, this is the idea behind the event. Everybody come here and build now. And you're just saying, hey, here's the idea. Show us something you built sometime. You don't got to come here build now.
It's the bonfire, like I said, a lot of the stuff I put on the original calendar in January was, because this all went up in January 15th was when that calendar was built. I just filled out the calendar, and I wanted to hit each of the seasons, and it seems like summer is a time for a road trip, which, fire biome kind of fit, so I just threw that together. Right?
Yeah.
Because I grew up on the...
tie-in.
Exactly, and I grew up on the west coast of the United States. Bonfires in the summer are like life.
Yeah.
Right? So that's kind of a thing. Plus road trips. We were all about taking road trips up the coast, right? So just look at, that's where that came from, right? And then about a month ago, I had to try to, I was mentioning to Saks, I have no idea what this is going to be. Now I have to come up with an idea.
In kindergarten, instead of Halloween, they celebrated favorite storybook character day.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, awesome. That's really cool.
Yes, he was Rainbow Fish.
Yeah, that's something that I have to, I've been thinking about is, first of all, try to neutralize it so it's not so cultural centric, but also the planet
that definitely
is,
would have been
round.
worse, Delta.
So summer here is winter elsewhere.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to consider how to manage that, right? But for the time being, we're a little hemisphere centric, but I'm trying to not be culturally centric. But
Apex of the Avatar, what's going on?
The
Bonfires
bonfire.
are in the winter too, darling.
Yeah,
I know,
they
right?
are. Yep.
But the bonfire build is basically just for the next 5 weeks, any base that's submitted, I'm going to add it to the list. It doesn't matter if it exists. If you created one specifically for, you can add as many as you want. I don't care. It just has to be uploadable, and I will add it to the list. So this is a different type of experiment, but that's all it is. It's not really technically an event.
Yeah,
it's just the midsummer. What do you do?
Yeah.
Right. I don't know, but that's a conversation. Actually, I pinged you. I wanted to chat about that with you.
Yeah. I saw that, Tess. Yeah, we can. I'm off all day today, so we can follow up. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because community overlap is a concern, and I want to get some insights.
Okay. So. Yeah. No worries.
But yeah, again,
get in there.
If anybody wants to, if anybody wants to join, we're a service. We're not a community. We're not a civ. We provide a tour service. If you have an idea for a tour, we will host it for you. That's all it is. We're here to serve the community. So, and if you want to volunteer, great. I have so much work for you.
No, it's good that you have the oversight to slice up pieces of the pie and have it ready for people. Because one thing about building a community, or in your case, like you mentioned, a service, is the work piles up very quickly as things grow. And you definitely don't want to run into a situation where everything is literally getting funneled directly to one individual, because they're just going to end up just pulling their hair out.
Oh, believe me, I know.
That's right.
It started with a wonderful, fabulous bang. It was.
Yeah.
Hey, no, that's all down to you guys. Seriously, I have to put this back out there to the community. As people were questioning what we were up to, but not once did anybody not bring their A game. Everybody that went in there, the tour was a success because the builders brought their game. And what I love about it was the entire purpose of the Grand Tour is to showcase each individual builder's voice in the best way possible. That's all it is. And the more builders, the better. But you guys, that tour was what it was because you guys made it that way. All I did was make a list and Lax was taking pictures and like coercing people. That's all we did, really. Our big innovation was we built a list. But
you
the
know,
tour
it
was-
worked. Yeah,
The tour was awesome because the bases were off the charts. I mean, you guys
They really were.
knocked it out of the park.
There's
So
They did.
Spreadsheets are useful for something at least.
yeah.
last word on
And the
that, just so
variety
you guys
was
know,
fabulous.
is 2024. We're going to do exactly the same thing in the exact same time frame, but the constraint is at the end of this year, all your bases need to be submitted because
Mhm.
we need basically January, February, and the beginning of March to put it all together, and I can't do it in real time again because I'm not doing that.
Can't blame me there. Can't blame you there, my
We
friend.
were getting base submissions like the night before a stage was going live, and I was just
Whoa.
freaking my. I was
I
freaking,
got
oh
an
my
invitation
Wow.
2 days before the event.
yeah. So one thing I'll put out there is that we came up on everybody super fast with a very aggressive schedule, and I was immediately impressed with how much everybody rallied around it. And I could not thank everybody enough for that. The unfortunate side effect was everybody wanted to be in the last stage because it gave them.
Oh yeah.
Give him more time. Yep.
But to the people that
I
were
saw
in
that.
stages 1 through 3, they volunteered to come in early. Champions, all
Yeah.
of them. 'Cause
100%. Yep.
2 days. I'll give you the insider baseball. 2 days before we launched, we had 2 builders in stage 1, none in stage 2, none in stage 3, none in stage 4. So it was
And
completely
40
empty.
in stage 5 and
Yeah.
6.
And 48 hours. 48 hours before we launched, we're like, all right. Because that's why Slacks went first. Because
Yeah.
he was available, his bases were done, and I'm like, I need the numbers. But yeah, no, it was crazy. Not going to do that again. So this year, like if you think about it, the same structure. You go out and you find a system, or the reason behind that is so that you're unadulterated, and your bases don't struggle against other bases. So
Yeah.
that's why we want you guys to do that, is find your own system, and then just start building it. You've got now until the end of the year, December 31st.
Mhm.
So, like for 2024, we're going to do the exact same thing in the exact same pattern. I really want to make that an annual thing, but it's meant to be the showcase of everything you are. So this is where, like, say, let's use for an example, Neurosi. She was all these really cool builds, and then she built that one house that was kind of like the perfect explanation of who she is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But between that point and next year, she'll have learned a lot more and evolved a lot more, and I'm interested in what that is. Like, what is she next year? So
Yeah.
that's what I ask of all of you, is this is all that you were in 2022 to 2023. Now 2023 to 2024, show me who you are.
Yeah.
And you got your whole system, build your builds. It could be one or many, and we'll
Have fun with
start
it.
spinning it up at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make an announcement in our Discord about it, but just putting that out there to everybody. If
Gotcha.
you're going to be on if you really want to be on the tour, just find a system, start building.
You going a little stir crazy there, Delta? Down in the basement. Hope you get
Well,
feeling better
that
there,
would
my
be hard
friend.
for me, but because I don't know how to.
Oh man, there's definitely a lot of passion projects out there. You know, I think
The
one
NMS
thing-
community in general is a very passionate community.
Yeah. Yeah.
sure.
So I mean, I always told everybody, it's good to have all that. Just at least for me, I've never liked the concept of turning like a passion like into a job.
Yeah, for sure. I've done that before. That was bad news.
Mhm.
Yeah, when they always say do what you love. No, don't.
No.
you'll never be happy again.
No, that's true. I mean, like using myself as an example, when I first started getting into like tweaking things outside of the game, just to like, modify it. Like I went to where like most people went, was like making creatures and stuff like that. And I had the bright idea of, let me go to all the Discords I'm at and just put a message saying if someone's interested in a custom-made pet, like just hit me up. And first it was like dead, then it started to ramp up, and then it would go dead. But I started to learn very quickly that one thing that people do is they will ask you, but indirectly.
Oh.
And that drove me insane, because I'll post something, and instead of someone like messaging me directly, they'll like comment way further down, or just like not even like a comment like attached with me, be like, "Oh, could I have that?" I'm like, I can't see you in the whole field of people playing. So, like,
Yeah,
I can just
It's a yeah,
Just
you're
for
right,
today,
it's a
hopefully,
thing.
Delta. All right, cool. Yeah, just hopefully you're out of quarantine today, my friend. You don't want to get that little girl sick, but so it's definitely
This,
a smart thing to
this
do.
Delta
But
got the. Is he got the big C?
He does not, he's
I
got-
can just talk to you guys.
you can, yeah.
He has strep throat.
He's got
That's
strep,
I
but
got strep, which is like crazy contagious, and we're hoping daughter doesn't
Yes,
get
it
it.
is.
So.
Good
I
luck.
mean, she'll survive, but God, will we go crazy taking care of her?
he would, yeah.
yeah.
Taking care of her would be.
Yeah, well, at least your family, like takes that seriously. I got family members that will show up, like, practically with like a zombie by your like, "Hey man, what's up?" Like, get out of here.
Oh, screw that.
What the hell, dude?
Yeah,
I think the metric
if
for
there's a zombie
strep
outbreak,
is...
you can blame my family because they're like that.
I think the metric for strep is 24 hours on antibiotics, so
Hmm.
we're 12 hours down, baby.
All right.
There you go. Yeah, and you're right. That's super contagious. Like anywhere in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was sick this past weekend. It didn't look like strep, so it's possible I got it from her, which we're actually kind of hoping. That would be ideal.
Because then she's already got the antibodies
Yeah,
for it, and
yeah,
she's
she's
not
good.
gonna be coming down.
Then it's just my wife, but she's got an immune system made of iron, so she'll be fine.
Okay, she'll be all right.
And-
Yeah,
and-
enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah.
No, there's a few things. There's a few things that like definitely come with a vengeance. I remember, again, my family being my family, we just contaminate everybody. There was a situation where my sister had it, and I kept telling her to stay away from her boyfriend, but she wouldn't listen. And his infection was so bad he had to get a surgery to get stuff removed out of his mouth.
Oh, yeah.
That's brutal.
I was like, I was like,
It's always nice to be able to say "I told you so," but still.
right, right.
Oh, it's like
I've got 2 people in my house with COVID right now.
Oh no.
Oh, that
We've got-
sucks.
Got people quarantining in different rooms, and
Oof.
I have managed to not get it. So
That's
All right.
There's that.
Fingers
Kind of a
crossed.
miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Famous last words.
Yeah.
You did just say it out
I'll be
loud.
So
fine.
far.
Uh,
Jinx, jinx, jinx.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd
I
say
think what's
I've
safe.
had it like 3 times, and my grandson has had it. He's been tested, but has never had any symptoms, like 4 or 5 times.
Whoa.
And every time one of them gets a test positive, I get a call. Don't come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had to cancel so many plans with 2 COVID people in the house.
I'm
yeah,
sure.
I'm still
Yeah.
trying to figure out if it's safe to travel. Like, at this point, 2 things are keeping me off of airplanes. One, stupid Americans on airplanes, and 2 is
Yeah.
the chances of getting something because it's a sealed air pressurized tube
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
So now, did
Like
they come down with COVID mid-move here, Dashboard?
So just like getting ready to move, like we went up to the Pacific Northwest,
That's almost worse.
did all that stuff, came back, everything was fine, but then we went to a camping trip, and I think that's where the trouble started.
Oh yeah. It's too bad, my friend. Too bad.
Yeah.
That's-
Is it going to delay your move, or are you still going to be able to?
So like the move is gonna take like the next month and a half, because we're about to take possession of the house, but that might get delayed because COVID on a plane isn't a good idea.
Mhm.
No.
So it depends on how long the COVID lasts as to whether or not we have to delay things.
Oof. All right. Well,
But yeah,
best of
we're
luck, my
due-
friend.
We're due in Seattle next week.
Oof. All right. Best of luck, my friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's the driving situation look? Each one in a different car?
Uh, well, the driving situation is like 36 hours.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
We're,
Done that.
we are going to have to
That's
do
fun.
that because we have cats.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to have to do it anyway, but that's going to be later, and all of our stuff is going to move separately.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good way to do it, I think.
Yeah.
You know, the way things are with like gas prices and everything. Like, never in my life would I consider, what's more expensive, taking a plane or driving my car? Like, it's never a concept that ever like went through my mind.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2023, baby.
Oh yeah.
It's a good thing we're all quarantined because we can't drive anywhere. Man, what a wild 3 years it's been. Holy crap.
Yeah, for sure.
Step
Yes,
back and
yes.
think about it. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's at
No
least 10
doubt,
years
yeah.
worth of stuff in 3 years.
Yeah, for sure.
The longer you stay in one place, the more of a
Yeah. So,
accumulation.
speaking about
Yeah, tell me
Yeah.
about it. Sam.
yeah, well, speaking about communities coming together, so I'm pretty sure someone could set up like a situation where you have like a company or something that, as long as it's getting like as long as like money, you know, and finances are getting funneled to it, they could like pay for like a service, like servers and things like that for like a game.
I think you probably could. Yeah. Well, and again, it comes back to the No Man's Sky community. Is the community is so strong that I honestly think the community would support something like that. I really do.
Yeah, because I mean,
If they wanted to start a subscription on this game, I don't
I
think
would.
I would have a problem with that at all. I mean, look at what they've given. They've given us what 40 updates for free
Mm-hmm.
over
well,
what?
well,
13,
I wouldn't go so far as to like to say
8
that,
years?
but I'm referring more to like of like games that, you know, that like the developers don't support anymore, and so
Mhm.
like someone would like set up like kind of like what you mentioned earlier, where if something were to happen to you, everything would fall apart, you know. So I'm thinking
Yeah.
someone like let's say they just like shut down the servers for a game. Someone could set up like this little company that, as long as people like donate finances into it,
Oh yeah,
that they
that's
would
what we were
pay
talking about.
for- yeah,
is
yeah.
Mhm.
There's a landscape for that, and what it requires is basically server infrastructure, technical support staff for the servers. You'd need a support center for all of the individual games because you can't not. And
Mhm.
Well, there's already
basically,
isn't there already companies that like have servers that are just up for rent? You know?
oh no, yeah, I mean you could do
So-
it through
so people would just-
through
Do
the
it through
AWS, like
AWS
Amazon
can do
Web,
it,
Web
yeah.
Service Farm, or I mean, getting the server space is not the problem, right? Getting the technical people, not the problem. Funding, that's a bigger question. But then you got to think about you have to round out the service infrastructure so that you have support for each one of the platforms. So you need not one but a team of people that knows how to maintain each of the platforms.
Yeah, the game
Crossplay.
on the platform.
Maintaining crossplay would be really hard, but
Yeah,
I think one of the things that's interesting, an anecdote from actually Elite Dangerous, not Elite Dangerous, well before Elite Dangerous, it was the second iteration of Elite, still in the 80s. It went down, and there was a long gap where Frontiers didn't put out any more Elites, but the community base was just so passionate about it. They got the code for it, and they made they call it Oolite, OOLITE, which is basically a spin on Elite, and they kept it going for years and years. So it would be great if, again, No Man's Sky has a community big enough for it. It's just finding the talent for infrastructure management, basically.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
be
that's
able to do
the
it.
part, and they have to. You can't rely on passion to drive people to be involved in that all the time.
That's
Like
true.
to the earlier point, you actually, if you're going to do this, it needs to be structured as a company, so you have salaried staff.
Yeah, because it's literally a job. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if like I said, to set up this company, the structure I would need to think of is first how the support infrastructure over time is more critical than anything else. How do I maintain that?
Mhm.
Because you don't start with the technology. You don't never start with a design imperative. That's we call solutioning. Is start with what are you trying to accomplish? Well, the stated goal is to support these communities and their environments over time. Okay, so that's where we start. So what does that infrastructure look like? And then backfill from there. Technology would be one of the last things I'd have to address because that's actually the easiest.
Mhm.
Which is why we want to start there, because that's the problem we know we can solve. Well, yeah, but then on day 2, how do we keep it running? So I always start with that. Start at the end game.
Yeah.
So that's the question: is like how would I finance it so that it was self-supporting without having to have investor? Because
Crowdfunding.
I mean, go ahead.
Crowdfunding.
Well,
Yeah.
crowdfunding, yes,
Yeah.
but it also could be a minor subscription service. You
Uh-huh.
know, like a Netflix.
Well-
I mean, think about like $9.95 a month. Have access to the things, and when you stop paying, you stop having access. It's just like
Yeah.
Netflix.
Mhm.
Well, I
So-
think the problem with that situation is it's a lot more forced, where it's like, give me money, that kind of thing. And I think a lot of people have kind of just gotten way fed up with that because
Oh, absolutely.
so many people have abused that thing. I
Mhm.
mean, one game most definitely that I can recall. I don't think it was ever I think it was.
Joseph, what's going on, man? How you doing? Sorry, I missed you coming in, man. It was
Hey,
definitely
Joe,
good
what's going
hanging.
on?
Yeah, definitely good having you hanging out with you yesterday. Yeah,
Joe.
yeah, and yeah, Geminus. I'm sorry, I saw your comment, but yeah, these new signs are really nice. They look really good, and I just realized I'm missing one. And I've deleted all my scaffolding. Well, not all my scaffolding. No, okay, we're still good. All right.
But yeah, so like free to play games, a lot of them obviously they're not free to play because they say they're free to start, is what they call. They're
Mhm.
not free
Yeah.
to play.
They're
'Cause you can-
pay to play is what it is.
Yeah.
Pay to win. They're all
Yeah, yeah.
microtransactions. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I remember because I used to be really really big into Payday, back in the day, and I got a lot more into it now that I got myself a PC. And like, unbeknownst to me, I just thought I was gonna be like, yeah, let me just jump right back on the horse. But it turned out that like the horse had made a lot of people mad. Well, in the time that I was gone, because man, like the rabbit hole just went deeper and deeper. I'm not gonna get too into it, but they did add like loot boxes and stuff, and people lost it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like the quickest turnaround I've ever seen. Besides like that one time in Warframe where they accidentally made like a random skin customizer that you would have to spend real money to like spin a slot machine, and they took that off in like 24 hours.
Well, that's that violation of trust thing, and it
Yeah.
when it's about the money, the gaming community is the fastest to react.
Mm.
What the gaming community also has to understand is that it has to be about the money or it'll never happen. So but there's a balance in there, and there's a way to do it, and
Well-
there's a way not to do it. I'm looking at you, Bethesda.
Yeah. There's definitely like exceptions to like every rule. And the reason I bring up the whole thing for like Warframe is no one complained about it. Like literally nobody complained about it. The developers actually saw that, oh, we accidentally made a slot machine, and their whole reason behind removing it is it was actually making them too much money. Because apparently I think it was like around $5, something like that, to spin it once. And somebody had done it 200 times within 24 hours.
Oh yeah, there's
Wow.
that uncontrollable keep updating your game. We make the you know,
Frontier development. Frontier
Fron-
development.
Frontier did that. That's supposed to like okay. Then they put out a new update to the game, and they charge you $20 for the update.
Owie, what's happening? How you doing?
Hi there.
You mean
Sorry, had
purchase
to
flat out
mute there
DLC?
for a minute.
See,
So
I'm-
the problem, I'm sorry.
Well,
Well,
I
the
was gonna say,
problem with the. Oh, go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I was gonna say I'm comfortable with like one-time transactions. Like so, I this game $60 off the bat. Okay, there's DLC in 4 months. That's gonna be $20. I'm fine with that. I don't like the concept of like, you know, we might add something, we might not, but you're gonna continuously, you know, give us this amount of money per month. Like that, I don't like at all.
So game as a service is the problem, right? Because that's
Yeah.
that's kind of like the BattleNet model is games as a service.
Mhm.
That I think Sony does that. All of them, actually, Xbox and Sony both do that on their platforms. So that is, I do agree with that. But your agency is in whether or not you want access to the material or not. So that's different from the argument of I bought this game, I should be able to play it. Both of those are actually true. You bought that game, you should be able to play it. And up to a certain point, though, not like at a certain point, the new stuff would not be available to the original purchase. Hello Games is the only company I've ever seen do what they did with newer stuff being free to anybody that did the original purchase.
Mhm.
I've
Well,
never seen that before.
Well, if we put it into context, it's because they started on a back foot because they did
Yes.
make. Yeah, so that's the reason why they did it. They did it essentially out of like an apology. essentially.
And never undervalue the step that they made there, because can you point to any other company, any other software company out there, and I'm not talking about just games, that has done what they did?
Yeah. Well, Warframe.
Chaotic
has-
Serenity, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it, helping me pay the utility bills to get the Discord audio.
What is this? Can you explain a super chat to me? Because I'm
Super chat is like it's a YouTube thing, and they just recently lowered their threshold, so I qualified. I'm actually a YouTube partner now.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, I appreciate
you
it.
and your bad boy self.
Yeah,
Now
so
you can afford an extra bag of chips a week.
I can. Yep.
Hey, Enra, congrats. Did you set up the membership program yet?
I'm in the process of doing it. I got
Yeah, I'm
side.
still trying to tackle that too. Super chat.
Yeah, super chat. Turn it on. Yeah, and now I got to figure out what.
With that title, Enra, I am YouTube partner Enra.
But yeah, super chats are basically just like channel donations, but they go through YouTube, not PayPal, and so they're easier to do, and they don't have the person's actual name associated with them.
Delta, did you mean to do that?
Do what? Oh
Time
god.
up.
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, oh my god.
What's
Carol,
going
I'm so sorry. I just put my I just put my phone down and accidentally did it. My bad, Carol.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so.
Oh, I did it. Damn it. Sorry, Carol.
It happens. It happens.
I'll be back in a second, and you can yell at me.
Yeah. I banned Moose from Beeble's chat for before. Yep. Just
Is this that
having my
deleted
phone in my
message I
pocket.
see going back up in the chat? Because I have no idea what you guys are talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Well, that's the one issue with making everybody a mod.
Now I see it.
Is it
Carol
some?
has timed out
Yeah.
for 300
I'm
seconds.
sorry,
Carol.
Enra. That was totally
No worries. No worries, man. Not a problem. Like I said, I've done it myself, so in much bigger
I
chats.
have not yet, but I'm waiting for the day. It'll be thin.
Well,
And now you've got your excuse out.
Besides
What
Ezra
is-
rubbing in our face that he's got laundry money.
There you go. So
So-
what is the partnership criteria? Like you've got
They-
700 plus subscribers.
Yeah,
Is
they
that
dropped
or
it.
views, or-
It used to be 1,000 subscribers and 5,000 watch hours, and then here recently they dropped it to 500 subs and 4,000 watch hours. And so I've always had the watch hours. I just wasn't to the 1,000
Broken
subs
those
yet. And so, and then it's still, you
That
still
humble
don't
brag
get.
was pretty awesome. That was a subtweet right there. I've always had the hours.
But you still don't get ad revenue until 1,000 subs.
Yeah.
So at 500, you're available for super chats and memberships.
When do you get the little silver plaque?
Silver plaque is 100,000, I think. Or well, no, you get a plaque at 1,000, and then the plaques you get them at different levels.
They get shinier.
Yeah, they get shinier. Yeah.
If you get a plaque.
If you get a plaque, yeah.
A lot of people are like, "Where's my plaque?"
Yeah, YouTube could still refuse to give you a plaque even if you hit the cap. Even if you meet all the other requirements, they could still refuse to give you a plaque just because.
Well, that seems rude.
It kind of is, yeah.
Just because it's YouTube.
It's YouTube, yeah.
Well, when you own the field and the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my response would be to, steal the ball and burn down the field. But that's
that was tried so many times.
But
Appreciate
going
it,
back to
Nanya.
what
Thank
we
you, man.
Yeah, going back to what we were saying. So, the only other developer that I know that does stuff like that, where like they continuously bring out DLC for free, besides No Man's Sky, would definitely be Warframe. So Warframe does.
Mhm. Yeah.
No, I'm not. That's one I'm unfamiliar with. But also, I remember the guy that originally coded Minecraft used to do it too. But it was basically him and his passion project. So I don't know that he counts. But yeah, I'm not. I've seen people play Warframe, but I have no idea what its ecology is like.
Yeah. Well, so it's a lot. I like it because it reminds me a lot of No Man's Sky, because people will literally just give you things. Like there's literally places like social hubs, kind of like the Anomaly, where people would just stand around and people would just chuck things at you. Because they're just like that. They have like the weird community mentality kind of thing, where it's like you build everybody up so we all get stronger together, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
So it's free to play. All DLCs are free. There's no paywalls that you have to go through in order to access content like Destiny. But I'll quit dunking on them. The only thing that Warframe has against it is it does have a mechanic of like pay to win faster. So there's like XP boosters. There's
that's
like
what I was gonna ask.
Yeah. You can, but the thing I like about it is that it's a one like fee transaction thing, where it's like if I want a weapon, rather than grinding out missions to build it, I can just flat out purchase it. But there's no such thing as like a random roll. Everything is fully customizable. They mainly sell skins. The one thing I love that they do is every once in a while, on a consistent basis, I would go so far as to say like maybe like every couple months they have something called TennoCon, where where it's kind of like the Comic-Con thing, but they also have skins. So people who play the game submit skins, and I believe people will vote for them, and they will sell your skin on their store for you.
Oh, how Second Life of them.
There we go. I was waiting for that to show up.
Well, Star Wars Galaxy, Second Life, it was a toss-up, but Second Life lasted longer. So.
Yeah.
My go-to is always
it obviously it is rare.
XCOM.
To do like systems like that where you bring out DLC for free.
Mhm.
You would obviously have to have like built a large amount of trust within your community, where their passion, for the game has grown to the point where they'll fund things.
Let's see if this works.
I'd say I have a mixed reaction to purchase weapons as upgrades. Though other games that I play do actually have that. In most of the MMOs, you can buy gold and then buy things, and I will say that I have used my gold to buy upgraded items in Warcraft a few times, because I don't play very often anymore, but I still like to raid. So I'll jump, my gear level up a bit by buying stuff off the auction house. So, and I know there's a real world economy around that. But in general, there's a whole conversation going on around how that ruins the game, because if you don't actually earn those things, you're not as good a player, kind of thing. And I don't know. I haven't. Well, because
Wallace Frey, what's going on?
Fans will always gatekeep what they love the most, even to their detriment, right?
There's part of that,
still gatekeeping.
I agree 100%. But there's also a true aspect of it. And when you're in one of those in-game events, like an in-game raid, the gear you have is basically reflecting your experience that got you there in the first place, because those in-game raids are really, really hard.
Mhm.
And you have to be really, really good.
Yeah.
But if
so
you just
that-
buy your way into the room, you can get everybody killed, and it ruins all of their experience. So there's a both sides of the fence argument
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, that version of things, I definitely don't agree with. I don't like that either, because I mean, it's kind of like, it reminds me of like Halo, where you would see someone, you know, with that, like, you know, samurai skin, and you know, like, they put in work to get that. So there's like, you know, that you see their skill from just looking at them. The one thing I do like about Warframe is, for a weapon, if I choose to build it myself, like grinding through the game, it's the same thing as if I were to buy it. So everything starts out at level 0. So there's no like, oh, the weapon that you buy is at level 100, while the one that you made, you know, through like, you know, your time is like at level 0. So there's none of that. You know, essentially everyone starts on the ground floor. It's just the difference between this gun, I could either unlock it by doing something and it'll be at level 0, or I could buy it at level 0.
Oh, so you're buying a skin and the potential to upgrade it. That's different. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah.
Because when you buy
Yeah, so
something in Warcraft, you basically buy it at level with stats.
Yeah.
So that's a huge problem. But
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
reciprocal side of that, you end up with, and this is the part I don't like, gamer elitism, and that comes to what you were just saying a second ago about
Yeah.
the gatekeepers.
Mhm.
If you're raid ranking in that way, because that is annoying as hell. I hate people that do that. I would rather die a few times getting the group, you know, good to go on this boss, rather than have them go, oh no, your eye level is 1 below our blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, you know what, whatever.
Yeah.
And the whole
Oh, yeah.
time I'm thinking, I used to work for this company. You can go just, "Argh."
Oh yeah. That's again,
Hello, Joyous Christopher.
I know. I mentioned
Still going.
that I'll-
Still going. Yep.
Yeah.
But
I know I mentioned that I'll stop dunking on them, but like, no, that's again, that's Destiny. I've never. I played Destiny 1 like halfway through its lifespan, and Destiny 2 since it came out. And since I played Destiny 2, since the day it came out, I have never finished the raid, because everybody's like, "Oh, your level's too low." And I'm
Yeah.
like, "Okay, well, I mean, I don't want to spend money," and then eventually I had to spend money because they made everything like a seasonal pass.
Yeah, that's the circular argument that I hate about raids. It's like, well, you're too low to be in here. Well, this is where I need to be to get the stuff to be in here. So,
Yeah.
chicken and an egg, my
It's a
friend.
paradox.
So I end up doing the thing I hate the most, which is raid leading, just so that I can get people in to run the thing, because not everybody's going to have top tier gear. And if you have top tier gear, clearly you don't need to be in here.
you don't need to be raiding.
So it's like, yeah, there's that. There's that. I played Destiny when it released, because it initially released on Battle.net, so I had it, the first one, and then it moved off. I don't know where it went. I never played it again. So,
Yeah, no, you didn't miss out on much, you know, besides them trying to cash grab things, because they've gone so far into the fear of missing out. Because once something's there, it's there for a season, and then it's completely gone. Like you cannot get it again, you know. And some of this stuff is like absolutely overpowered. And then they shop.
No Man's Sky does a bit of that too. I mean, who doesn't have the Mass Effect ship?
That's true. Yeah,
Right?
they do a bit of
Who
it,
doesn't
yeah.
have the Golden
Yeah.
Vector?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the only reason I find an exception
Legacy
to that
parts.
one.
Yeah, legacy parts, exactly.
Yeah.
Slacks. I got the legacy parts. Haha.
Insane.
Definitely, OE. Yeah, definitely. They're calling. Let me know.
The only thing that I find, well, actually, technically speaking, it does and doesn't apply to No Man's Sky, because they do bring back expeditions every once in a while.
Yeah, I love that
Yeah.
they did. See that, I love that they did that. I
Mhm.
really do. That was
Yeah.
full on community service, and it's brilliant.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah, the one thing I didn't like is that they brought them all back to back to back, and then in a shorter version. So like me, I'm like, oh yeah, I got the Golden Vector, but you got the Golden Vector and a shorter and a more shorter and condensed version of that expedition. Like,
Now,
damn.
see, now that's the edge of that trust bubble violation that I was talking about. Is
Yeah.
if you had to earn it the first time, when somebody earns it with less effort,
Yeah.
that diminishes your achievement, and that every single game I've played has to face that if they have that kind of reward system.
Yeah.
So, normally what they would do is they would recolor it for the second go around, but
Yeah.
they didn't. So, I mean,
Well, yeah, but then that would like kind of like put like a target on people. It's like, yeah, you got it, but you don't got the original, and people start feeling inferior. You know, so
That's-
elitism
yeah.
starts to kick in.
That's the part I don't like is I don't remember who mentioned that earlier, the gatekeeping. That's the elitism is like, well, have you ever, there's a book by Dr. Seuss about the star-bellied Sneetches.
Yes.
The birds that live on opposite sides of the river, one side they all have stars on their belly, one side they don't. And one day some random dude with a random machine and a random name comes in and he can stamp a star on your belly so all the non-stars get stars and then all the stars get pissed and get another star. And mayhem ensues. I always go back to that book. That's the moral dilemma, is the arbitrary bifurcation and basically assigning value to that. It's like saying blue-eyed, blonde-haired people are supreme.
Yeah.
Hey, watch what you're
Right.
talking about. That boy.
But see,
Yikes.
but that's the thing is that
I
same
know.
phenomenon breaks out into a whole lot of things. None of them are good.
But I
Yeah.
think if I achieve something in game, I may show off with it.
But that so the one of the ways that you can handle that is limited time achievements that don't replicate, which when they do replicate becomes a problem. Like back to Elite Dangerous. Anybody that finished Distant Worlds Tour or Distant Worlds 2. I'm sorry, I'm getting that name confused. But by the way, because I couldn't get a hold of the people that were originally running Distant Worlds, I couldn't use that name, though I really desperately wanted to. That's why we're Distant World Tours, not just Distant
Gotcha.
Worlds.
Yeah.
So because I didn't want to step on their toes, because I just felt like that would be rude.
Mhm.
And some of them are in No Man's Sky. Dr. Kai wrote the NMS Companion. He was one of the founders of Distant Worlds, and I couldn't reach him. So, but yeah, so like in that game, if you finished this event, you got a sticker, but you will never see that sticker again, and there's no other way to get it. They did so replication's not a problem. There's no new coloration of it. There's nothing. It was the DW2. You either have it or you don't.
Mhm.
That becomes sacrosanct, and it doesn't violate your trust. If they ever issue it again, even if it's a recolor, yeah, they're gonna piss off about 16,000 people.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the secondary consideration would be granting a title, not an object, right? If you achieve this thing, you get the title. If you don't achieve the thing, you don't get the title, and the title can't be achieved in any other way. That's another way to handle that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So like you know, like the ones in No Man's Sky, we have them. You can only get the titles by doing the things.
Yeah. That's quite true.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
There's a
there are
I
ways
don't
to
like
handle it.
titles, so-
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
there's
know. I like Best Friend Tesseract. I think that's pretty cool. Hey, it's your best friend.
I just me. I do not want a title. I just want to be. That's it.
Right. See, it's
They're not
interesting that
forgotten
you-
yet.
it's interesting that you mentioned that because so Warframe has a situation ongoing since essentially the day it came out. So it was essentially crowdfunded, right? So people donated, you know, the whole GoFundMe kind of thing, you know, and so the people who did that, you know, who went out of their way to spend, you know, set amount of money. I think the maximum was like, I think close to $300. I think it was the maximum you could donate, something like that. And you became a founder, right? And your reward was you got 2 unique weapons and 1 unique Warframe, which is Excalibur Prime, which is the base Warframe except the Prime version. And they were like, okay, this is only for the founders. Only the founders will have this sword, this gun, and this Warframe. And it stayed like that. It's always stayed like that. But as the game progressed, you know, their Prime Excalibur Prime started getting left behind, essentially because more and more stuff came out. It wasn't as unique anymore. Eventually, they came out with with more primes, but they always kept their Excalibur Prime. And it led to people literally paying out the nose for accounts that had that. I think the most one's ever sold for is like a couple tens of grands.
Wow.
I think it was. Yeah.
I've seen that before as well.
Yeah.
There were the what was it, the Warcraft game, the card game, had a whole bunch of redeemable toys and mounts that you could only get from the cards, and those things were selling for there was a translucent tiger mount that was like $12,000 on eBay.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was great, and now you actually can go buy it. So all those people are kind of like,
Well,
yeah.
the most expensive thing I ever sold was Borderlands 3, a certain grenade was very. I sold that for $40 or something.
The question I would put out there though is how much, like, what's the duty of care from the developer to prevent or interfere with that pattern? Because that's always going to happen no matter what system
It
you
is,
design.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Right
technically
now, every time I open up YouTube, I get these little ads across the top that,
yeah, because I mean the same thing happens in No Man's Sky.
billion units for, or billion
oh.
units for so much money. Golden vector for so
Oh
much.
yeah, the
Right.
Chinese gold farmers were. That's an actual thing. Yeah,
Mhm,
it's
yeah.
a huge problem.
Funny enough, that's how I got my start. That's how I got my start in doing things, outside of the realm of norm. So it all happened when they first added, companions into the game. And I had a buddy of mine. He was like this teenage kid, like barely into his teens, and we would play occasionally. And one time he showed up with this dinosaur, and I'm like, "Oh, dude, that's a cool dinosaur. You think I could get one of those eggs?" And he's like, "Yeah, but you think you could buy it off me?" And I'm thinking like he wants to trade, right? So I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Well, what do you want for it? What do you want for it?" And he's like, "Oh, well, like, could you like send me money?" And I'm like, "Not really,
No.
bro. But, like,
No.
why?"
Pass.
Right?
All right, I'm
I
gonna
have to hard pass. Yeah.
jump in here, guys, real quick. I got a question chat. I'm gonna talk them through real quick. Joe is wanted to know about light floors. So, and this is one of the reasons I love light floors, Joe, is because if you look at the light floor, you've got your connection point there. Now, by rotating the light floor, you could change which way that connection point faces. So here we've got all four directions right there, and you see it changes depending on how the light floor is rotated. Now, anytime you glitch something in, it will follow that connection point. Usually the front of the piece will point towards the fat end of the lightning bolt, while the back side of the piece will point towards the small end of the lightning bolt. Floor, I used to talk about it as things glitching in parallel or perpendicular to the circle on the light point, but that's making it a little overcomplicated. Easy way to put it is things will either glitch in like a floor or like a wall. And so you just got to kind of separate pieces in your head as to, oh, hey, those glitch in like floors or those glitch in like walls. So floors will always come in perpendicular to the circle, while walls will always come in parallel to the circle. But if you'll notice, since the connection point is pointing a different direction on those two floors, that's why the pieces came in differently. So with the fun thing now that there's not really much cascade deletion anymore, is that I can now pick up this floor, spin it 180 degrees, and now if I copy and put that, glitch the floor back on there, I've now got sandwiched floors. Okay, so if you look with your stone floors, the bottom takes precedence, so the bottom will show through the top. But I've got two sandwich floors right there, both glitched onto the same point, but pointing opposite directions. So if you're using, like, for example, a wall that comes in parallel, you can get walls that mirror each other like that. So yeah, it's all about changing how the connection point is oriented, and I like light floors are the easiest way to do that, in my opinion. So that's why I'll usually use light floors when building Kaleidoscope specifically, is because you could just pull the light floor out. You gotta watch for cascade, it'll still happen, but as long as the pieces you're using don't cascade, you can move the light floor, just spin it around and get another piece on that same point. So
Nice.
Does rotating a light cube do the same thing if you keep the power point fixed?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically you'll just rotate the point around the cube. So actually it will not do the same thing
Well, I mean, if you
what
were,
you'll
like,
end
say,
up doing.
Put the power tap facing straight down and then rotate
Mhm.
the cube each face. Does that have the same effect as rotating the light floor, or no?
It does not, because everything will come in glitched on that point, but you aren't mirroring the point, you're rotating the point. So they'll come in rotated, not
okay.
mirrored.
Okay.
So,
Hey,
and
Andrew,
that's, yeah. What's up?
I was just ask how long are you going today?
I'm getting pretty close to being done.
Okay, I was just wondering.
So, no worries. Yeah, I'm getting.
No worries. I was debating getting on later, but I didn't want to overlap with you.
No worries. Yeah, I'm getting pretty close to being done here. I think I'm gonna do a little.
Mega love chat. Your boy Nunya
Yeah.
loves you guys. You're amazing. All of you are amazing. Thank you for the love.
I appreciate you jumping in,
Wonderful.
Nanya. Absolutely, yeah. Great
Yeah.
having you here.
I was gonna say, Andrew, so yesterday, with all the stuff that was going on, I went back and decided I'd make a kaleidoscope, right?
Mhm.
And so I was watching one of Zoo's videos about it, and I discovered the love of light floors for the first time.
Yeah.
They are amazing, so versatile.
They really
The
are.
amount of stuff you could do with them.
So much stuff you could do. Yeah, and you gotta watch for cascading and keep that in mind as you're building, and you could do so much with them. Yeah.
Speaking of light floors, I don't think I've seen this, or I might have seen it, but just I forgot.
Mhm.
Can you make a wall with sandwich light floors?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I know a friend of mine saw someone's base where they had like the light panel that was red, with like that brick, sandwiched on top of it, where you kind of see the red line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he wanted to make a hallway of that.
Yeah, well, and I mean that's actually the stone floors. So all you do is you just flip them 90 degrees. You could do that with adornments. Is usually my go-to. Is I'll just flip it 90 degrees with a quick adornment, an adjacency from a cube to from a raised paver to a cube, and then from a pyramid back to the raised paver, and then you've got your 90-degree floor, and then all you could do, depending on the look you want, you could then do universal adjacency from the light floor, from a regular floor to the light floor, and then you've got the centered light floor, and then once you power it, you snap your regular stone floor, and you'll be able to see right away, even without power. You can see the red poking through, and it looks like kind of like circuitry is really the best way I can describe it. Or if you wanted to get it all over the floor, you could snap floors beside it, because the light floors won't snap unless they've got something to snap to. But you could put the 4 light floors in like that, and then you'd have to adjacency back in your floor, because your floor won't snap there now that all the snap points on the side floors have been taken up.
Right.
But you can universal adjacency back in that light floor, or the stone floor, and then now you've got it all over the whole thing when you run it to power, and now you can see the whole thing. So it just kind of depends on the look you're wanting to get with it. So crisscross applesauce, what's going on, dude?
Yo.
How you doing, Chris? Yeah, good seeing you, my friend. So yeah, that's, and then something else fun that you can do. Now, that light floor there, or that floor basically, you won't be able to snap other floors. Or no, you can actually. Okay, never mind.
Well then.
But something that's fun is that each type of basic piece merges with the light floors differently. So like if you use alloy, you don't see any of the light floors on the top, but you see them at the edges, so it gives you that little LED strip almost if you use alloy panels. You only see them at the edges. And then if you do it with wood, they all stick through because wood's skinny. But
yeah, and if you use the short walls to build up the wall, I think they stick out a little bit more. You get a nice like LED strip.
Yeah. And then one other thing that I also enjoy is the alloy walls. If you use the mid version of them, when they snap in, they overlap everything except that middle part. So you got to adjust your light panels a little bit, but you can get just basically a strip of light with the alloy above and below.
I see.
So I'm going to throw this out there because this is something that constantly irritates me. Those light panels are covered with the circuit strip. Does it make sense why we have to connect them all? Like powering one through connection should literally power all of them.
It should, absolutely. And if they were pill lights, they would. That's the other frustrating part, is pill lights will power through adjacency or just
being in, next to
just
each other,
close, just proximity. They'll power.
Yeah, because that one build that I did that has the big light ring around it, I lost so many parts to wires because of that.
Absolutely, it'd be so much nicer if they would power to proximity. Yeah.
Oh man.
But
I mean,
you could have so much fun with the light panels.
When we get to the very end of the build, it usually goes to auto power on because
Yeah.
there's no other way to make it work. Yeah,
Well, and see, I wish they'd make auto power work for everybody who visited the base too.
Yeah, it goes back to we were talking about the peer-to-peer thing.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, most of mine don't need much power anyway.
Yeah. But then it's weird because it does work when it comes to freighters because freighters have that built in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So can you explain that to me for a sec? Because for that tower build, I have to use auto power, and it seems to work for everybody. So what is it doesn't work for people that are visiting? What's going on with that? Because I've heard that, but I've not seen it.
Well, and that's weird there, Tesseract, because I've been to that base. I didn't realize you had auto power turned on. Usually when I'm visiting bases and they've got auto power on, it's for them only. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Are you usually there at the base when people are running it?
Not always. I mean, I go there when if somebody needs to load it in, but I've seen other people taking pictures of it, and the way to know it is if the external ring is lit, the power's on. That's usually the last thing that happens is all the outside lights come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, in all the pictures, the lights are on. So, and I'm not there.
That's strange. Yeah, because in my experience, auto power when you're visiting somebody's base, if they turn on auto power.
That's weird, because I've seen other people post a picture, because I do those billboards that have light sequences. And those are on in the pictures, and I'm not there. So
yeah, that's
weird.
Might it be a console thing?
It might be a console thing. It might be a console thing. Because I had like a SRT cannon. Probably not the best example, but
no, those are always the best example.
Well, I mean, I have
that I tried to use auto power for that. Yeah, it wouldn't work for anybody. But just as soon as I wired it up and took auto power off, it would work for people.
Yeah. Well, my guess is that it's just No Man's Sky being No Man's Sky because so like on my freighter, I decided to build like a prison essentially to see what I could do, and I have prefabs in there with wires, and because it has the auto power, anything I connect to a prefab automatically gets powered. And it works vice versa on PC and console. So I'm guessing it's just No Man's Sky being No Man's Sky.
Probably, yeah. All right, that's a good question there, Joey Roth. We're gonna check that out.
I'm guessing it has something to do with the timestamp of the parts.
Oh, really? Okay.
And the refresh time that we have for the peer-to-peer to exchange your base build or player's base build to player visiting.
Oh, I had never thought about that, but I bet you
the JSON everything is timestamped, right? So,
yeah, okay. I bet you it does have something to do with that. Yeah. All right.
Say that
At
again.
the train station,
I'm wondering if it has something
everybody
to do
had
with.
to turn on the power. We couldn't just have power on all the time, Andrew. You remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah.
Yes, I'm wondering if it has something to do with the time stamping for the parts, because each one's like AT, up, and X, Y, and Z, and they're all
Yeah.
time stamped, right? So I'm wondering if it has something to do with that and the timeout for the peer-to-peer, for the file exchange, the file vetting.
Mhm.
I without seeing source code, it's all speculation, right? So, but I mean,
It's just-
like
it's-
I've been to your builds where it's worked
It
on console, and I've
does.
seen builds of that it doesn't work on my Steam. So, I mean,
Ooh.
No Man's Sky be No Man's Sky.
Now
Yeah.
that's good to know there, Joyroth. If you've got auto power on, scaled items will power. Like I've got a full size, a 3-time size teleporter here that normally I would have had to jump through all the hoops to get powered. I just turned on auto power, and it's powered.
Yes, he is correct.
Yeah.
I have a footfall base I use to just drop like a landing pad and a portal ring where I need them to be, and I'll drop those all over the place just to be able to hop around the galaxy fast. And yeah, the portal ring is scaled, and he's right. It's always powered. I never wire it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even think about it.
Yeah. So
it's
well.
like super domes. When I build a super dome, it's like, you know, I can. I was stupid enough. I don't know why I did it, but I built one big enough to actually, like, you know, consume my freighter up in orbit as well. And yeah, it was powered.
I mean,
don't know why.
there's, you don't ask why. You could do it, so you did it.
Yeah.
You have to do a dumb dome at least once in your
At least
lifetime.
once. Yeah.
No, well, it helps.
Do I really?
When you upscale things to a
It's a rule.
ridiculous amount, there's certain things you learn, like prefabs have like gaps, so like the floor and the walls and the ceiling are 3 separate pieces, so you could
Yes.
squeeze in between both.
Yes, I am abruptly aware. I got stuck inside the pane of glass on one, and it almost killed my save.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
What else? The what's that one? The little terrarium. It works more of like it's not necessarily like the fish tank, I call it, because you can stand inside the fish tank. You know, it's like hollow on the inside, but
Mhm.
the terrarium is like one solid piece. Because I've tried to build stuff inside of it when I supersized it, because I was trying to do this whole theme of, you know, the blob chasing you around in a big circle, but you can't. Like, for some reason, it just does not allow anyone to stand inside of it.
Oh.
Yeah. Collision bubble.
They
Yeah.
they just did a hitbox, a cylindrical hitbox. That means that. Oh, that's interesting. That means the inside is a projected animation. Okay,
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
Mhm.
That's
That's
weird.
what threw
That's
me off.
weird.
I was like, is
Yeah.
that a hologram? Like,
That's interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, the,
Well, okay, so
NBC
when did those two
sponsors with
things?
the curved roof is like that too.
When did
When you
those
get
two
in,
things
walk
come
in.
out? The terrarium and the fish tank.
I mean, I think it came out maybe like within 1 or 2 updates of them giving us like updated base parts. 'Cause, I
Mhm.
mean, it's been there for like forever.
It's been yeah. It was one of the. It was an early
Was-
Quicksilver piece.
Yeah.
Was
same
the
thing with
terrarium
fish tank.
before the fish tank?
No, they were at the same time.
Oh, okay.
That's what threw me off, because I was like, yeah, like why would they go out of their way to do one thing and not the other?
Maybe 2 different people built that animation.
Yeah.
That's what.
Maybe.
'cause I would say if normally what it would be is like if you do a solid cylinder, that's an early version, and then they evolved
Mhm.
their coding technique, and the fish tank is not.
Yeah.
But if they're simultaneous, it's maybe 2 different people. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
It
as
might
far
be,
as I
yeah.
know,
Because I think they came out pretty close. I don't know if they were simultaneous, but they really close to each other.
Yeah. Well, I would say simultaneous.
I think they were.
Maybe the terrarium was like somebody's passion project or something, because nothing else, and I've scaled up I don't know how many things, nothing else has the same effect. I could be inside of a generator. I could even be inside of like that big generated ball that you roll around. If you make it big enough, you can be inside of it. Like, it's weird. It's the only thing that does that.
That's very weird. Yeah.
Bye, Nunya. Have a great night.
All right, Nunya,
whatever
appreciate
it
you
is.
stopping by, my friend. Always good seeing you. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll talk to you next time. I'm sure. There we go. So we got
But if
those
you want
all
to, like the weirdest hitbox that I've run into so far is the one antenna that's super tall and thin.
Mm-hmm.
It has a hitbox that goes like half its height down straight down.
Yeah.
I don't know why. There's nothing there.
And it goes halfway up the antenna too, and then stops.
Yeah, it's why? Because I put that on top of something and I had scaled it up, and then I was trying to walk through the room underneath it, and I kept there's this like invisible cylinder in the middle of the room.
All right, sounds good, Dunya. We'll talk to you later, man. Yeah, it's super frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's a developer error where they didn't match the skin to the actual box by accident.
Spider statue, you can't go under it if it's huge. You gotta go around this big empty space where.
Oh, it's got a big
shadow
hitbox below the fighter. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, but the hitbox of the generators is huge as well.
The EMGs.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a full basketball court going around in the middle of that thing. It's crazy. When you scale that up, get out of its way.
Yeah. Because you will get caught.
Trapped inside it.
Yep.
But okay, of irritating things that we run into with building, I will say 4 words that make my soul just implode. Too close to Starship.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
my
so
God.
much.
Could we get rid of that, please? I'm parked over
Come
there
on.
on another continent, and I'm still too close.
Yeah. What's going on, KJ? How you doing? Appreciate you stopping in.
Well, I can. Then it says too close to spaceship, and you think, what? The thing is a mile away, man.
Yeah.
I'm serious. I'm like across the lake, and I'm still too close. What the hell?
Okay, well, I'll have to say, right, in their defense, it's people like me that don't, necessarily think through their actions before they do things, that they help us save us from ourselves. Because one of the first things I ever did was try to build a garage, with like a garage for my ship, and then I'm like, it flies.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can get it to land on the pad in there, it should still it basically just goes right through your building. If it
Grimstone.
Yeah, but what happens when you want to take off?
Appreciate you stopping
Well,
by, Grimstone.
That's the thing is
Take it easy.
it'll just take it should just the takeoff animation should get you through the building. I mean,
It does, but then it has a tendency to get stuck and float there.
Oh no!
It does. Yeah, that's a new thing. That's a new
One
thing.
thing I've
yeah.
noticed happen is, and this I noticed with the ring around that tower, is ships have a tendency to get stuck in the power wires.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I think that's what they're doing it for. But man, the collision bubble on the too close to Starship thing with power and teleports is,
Oh, it gets
like,
nuts. Yeah.
It's like half a mile.
Oh, easy.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about the game is that sometimes it's like it won't let me land simply because it's like an extra plant somewhere.
Uh-huh.
But I've seen people's bases where their landing platforms are literally flipped like almost completely 180 vertically or horizontally, and I'm like, okay, so you can do that, but I can't land on this. Like, what?
Yeah.
It's the collision with the so that's the landing cycle has an animation, and the animation has a space.
Yeah.
And if you're animating through, it'll have an issue in some cases. Like I build landing pads that are like on loading docks, and I'll surround them with the cube. What is it? The cube frame.
Oh, get the cuboid frame. Yeah.
Yeah, the cuboid frame, and it works just fine. But the billboards that were floating up above, I had to move those back just like a foot. I don't know what that translates into game terms, but basically I had to move all the billboards back a foot because they were up in the animation sphere. So go figure, No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense.
Nothing makes sense. Yep.
When I was doing
For
the
real.
playground, I was trying to use those as monkey bar play equipment type thing, and I couldn't go inside them.
Yeah,
They're
they're
big and couldn't climb in there, which defeated the purpose.
it's a object of skin only. There's no. I've ran into that with one of my mining builds. I can't get inside, which sucks because there's a thing in there I need to delete, but I can't get to it.
You could use build camera to get in there. Tesseract.
No, it's I can't.
Sorry, go ahead, Joss.
No. Go ahead. I'm just
at the dissident camps where they've got the storage container that's split open, don't try to jump in there. You'll blue screen your game. 'Cause
Well,
we're not going to be inside of it.
Tesseract, when you're in build camera and you go out of build camera, it zooms you back in. But if you tap the build camera button again, it'll stop you. So you just got to get on the other side of where you want to be, exit build camera, and then go back into it when you're inside of where you need to be, and then you can delete in there, and then go fully out of build camera.
It's all.
I will try that, but I'll tell you, I just learned to live with it.
Okay. All right. Sometimes that's what you got to do, man. With No Man's Sky, that's what you got to do. Yeah.
That's another thing that I've wondered. Why is it that the build camera has a hitbox?
Yeah.
You bumping your head and get things in the air.
Yeah.
So a beam.
Yeah,
Well,
that
I
doesn't
would
make a whole
venture
lot of
that
sense.
They had to attach the camera to a point of view. It's
Mhm.
basically third person, and they move you around the same way they move your character around. They just don't move the avatar.
Mhm.
So you're actually moving around with your avatar, which is why you can't go through walls.
Yeah, or bump against the ceiling. You think I need space, man? Don't.
So
Yeah.
they're doing the actual what was the game again? They're doing
take place between ship and flat, you're fine. It doesn't matter what the game honestly doesn't care what orientation. If you look at the code, the orientation, I don't know if it's in there or not. It's probably in one of the strings of long characters, but I couldn't identify it. But what ends up happening is all the NPCs get completely messed up. Like when they try to, when they just get like, have you seen them where they just kind of like slow hover and eventually disappear into the ground or the lake or whatever? They can't figure out how to land if it's in a certain orientation.
Yeah.
Which so it does have an effect, but not on the player. It just affects everybody else.
You know, I've definitely seen that.
Of course.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna close things off here for today. Delta will be live later, probably. And we got anybody live right now? Let's see.
Just a strange guy named Enra.
Just a weird dude named Enra. All right. Yep. Delta 1 scheduled for about an hour from now. All right. There we go.
Cool.
So, all right. Yep. About an hour from now, we'll have some Delta. So I will see you, everybody, over in that stream. And until then, everybody take it easy. If you find yourself struggling, jump into a chat. Most Discords are open. I've seen chats open pretty much every time I look. There's been a chat open in some Discord. So jump in there and just
Discords.
Birdie, I'm jealous, man. I've got 40 or 50.
Yeah, I got
They
two,
get-
and most of the VCs are empty.
They get out of control, but that's the thing about No Man's Sky. Everybody supports each other. So even times like this, lean on the community.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Zoo was a integral part in getting that built, so he'd be happy to see it paying off.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, everybody.
I hope some of his builds stays alive when he's not there anymore.
I hope they will too. Yep, definitely. So, everybody, enjoy the rest of your day. Be good to each other, and I will see everybody in Delta stream. Take it easy, everybody.
If I can find it.
All right.
to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The weatherman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The weatherman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands in the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The weatherman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands in the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The weatherman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands in the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the weathermen come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on, the line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack, then tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on, the line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down. Below me, bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed.